the officers of the chair of the delegation of women and the Chilean delegation are present here at Prebish Room. The rest of the member countries of the Conference of the United Nations system, civil society organizations are online through Zoom, thanks to what we learned during the pandemic. In order to start the opening remarks of this panel, I'd like to offer the floor to Mr. José Manuel Salazar Chirinax, Executive Secretary of ACLA. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to greet, first of all, dear Yelena Massina, Women's Gender and Diversity Minister of Argentina, chair of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I'd like to, in that regard, once again, to recognize the importance of the Buenos Aires Agreement, resulting from the very successful meeting we held last November. Dear Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the UN Women entity, ICLAC organizes this as a secretariat of this conference, but in direct coordination with UN Women. Dear Ambassador Maria del Carmen Square, permanent representative of Argentina to the United Nations, and appointed by the group of Latin American Caribbean as a vice chair of the Bureau 7th session of the Commission on the Status of Women appointed by the group of Latin America and the Caribbean that will take place at New York from to the 17th of March of this year. Ministers, Rosa Vidal, Vice Minister of Chile, representatives of the member states before ICLAC, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of other organizations of the United Nations and international organizations, distinguished representatives of civil society organizations, and specifically of women's and feminist movements, dear friends from academia, media, delegates. I'd like to welcome you all to this 64th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. And I take this new opportunity we have to keep building together new agreements and proposals to progress to gender equality and women's autonomy, young women and girls in the region. I'd like to start with this intervention by celebrating the creation of new mechanisms for furthering of women, specifically the new Ministry of Women in Brazil, the Ministry of Women and Human Rights in Ecuador, and the Ministry of Equality in Colombia. These breakthroughs do contribute to strengthening the institutional arrangement and the gender structure in the region, and to advance autonomy, gender equality, rights of women in their diversity. The work of mechanisms for the furthering of women is key to unlock the structural inequalities and to progress to substantial equality and actual equality. This has become more pressing because of the cascading crisis that we face in the region, threatening the progress achieved in the fields of gender equality, the guarantee of women's rights, autonomy, and sustainable development. Dear colleagues, the development crisis we're going through, just as we have characterized it during the October sessions period, comprises crisis in healthcare, care, energy, food, and finances, among others. Added to the high degree of indebtedness of many countries in the region and the environmental crisis due to climate change, the loss of biodiversity and desertification. Educational sector and information technologies and communication are not an exception to that. I mean, education in the digital era, because this is a topic that we are going to be dealing today. It is also the priority topic for the 67th session of the Commission on the Status of Women appointed by the group in Latin America, and it's always present in the Buenos Aires Agreement, the document that was approved during the 5th regional conference. The Society of Care is the audacious and transformational change that countries in the region require, as it was made very clear through all the debates and discussions during last November's meeting. I'd like to cover then the access of women and young women to ICTs, as well as education and programs associated to STEM. Um, the situation is not so promising. As you may know, there's a significant digital divide that leaves girls and young women outside strategic areas of education and of the labor market, of course. On the one hand, we have seen that women in the region have achieved significant growth in education, even overcoming women with a completion rate of higher education 6 percentage points over men. However, these achievements hide inequalities by disciplines, according to gender, that deepen as primary schooling and higher education schooling takes place, creating gaps in STEM areas specifically. In most of the countries in the region, the ratio of graduated women in STEM programs is over 40%. The most critical fields in Latin America are in construction industry and engineering, where only 30% of women are involved in the enrollment in higher education in 2019, and of ICTs, there were only 18% of women graduate or enroll. The gender gaps in choosing programs at tertiary level are also reflected in the labor paths of women. For example, it is manifested in the occupational segregation, underrepresentation of women in economy sector, and of higher productivity associated, for example, to areas of science, technology, engineering, and math, in terms of pay gap and higher participation of women in the labor market. In this context, the unequal load of care work and non-remunerated care work is a critical structural limitation to full participation of women, and also 26.7% of jobs performed by women have a medium to high risk of technological substitution. Added to that, those women who remain in STEM programs frequently face hostile labor environments, and they lag in terms of scientific and academic production. On average, less than 30% of patents include at least the name of one woman in their intervention teams, or share of women that publish in chemistry, biology, or physics, and only 30% in engineering. Women are also almost absent at the forefront of innovation and technology, the developments in terms of AI, robotics, and management processes, considering big data, for example, have limited female involvement. This is evidenced by the persistence of gender gaps and their applications and stereotypes that stigmatize and make women lag behind. And this is very severe. Digital technologies and ICTs not only allow for the exchange of knowledge and information, but also through this exchange, one can access to other rights, employment, health, justice, and among others. The gender gap divide has an impact on the exercise of citizenship for women as well. Along the same lines, and as we have said, in terms of the social outlook in 2022, the pandemic post the unequal non-remunerated workload by women and digital and connectivity gaps are faced in Latin America and the Caribbean. Intensification in the use of digital technologies in multiple areas of life, from education, work, and all kinds of online activities in digital economy reveal the lack of access and connectivity that impacts the region, and also unveiled a significant gender-based digital divide. 4 out of 10 women in the region are not connected and or cannot cost such connectivity, which is equivalent to 89 million women.
This is given, although during the last decade, Latin America and the Caribbean have registered different advances of continuity, taking into account that the year 2020, there's an average of 60% of households that has access to the internet. And the cost of these services is an inequality as well. Bandwidth represents a 14% of the incomes of the households in the first quintile, and the bandwidth, another percentage, which is of impact to women because they are overrepresented in households of lower income in this case. To this, we have to add the phenomenon of violence in the digital area, and this has different dimensions. One of them are the different ways of violence, of gender violence that leave women and children and girls. And this is expressed in different threats, discriminatory speeches, sexual harassment, invasion of intimacy, and also the spread of news of images that are not consented and another type of serious crimes. The gap of gender also sets the women and children, girls in this case, face to different threats, not only because there's a lack of difference in the skills, because the difference of gender can be of influence in the use and risks of this space, especially in the context where the design of the digital um, area and this type of subjects is of special interest. This also affects to different people that are part of the LGTB community, minorities, ethnical minorities, among others, that are a specific object of discrimination and speeches of hate as well. This type of violence is originated not thanks to technology, but have been accentuated and also boosted in the sexual problems that have appeared on the social network. Facing this idea for the life of people, we have in our hands a huge challenge. One opportunity that is very valuable is the opportunity to turn the commitments of this digital agenda, especially the recently commitment in Buenos Aires in public policies that are specific, that improve the life of people, especially women and girls in all their diversity. Here in ECLAC, we have promoted this promotion of digital transformation that will turn the beginning from the basic collection of needs and things that may help, that boost the idea of using these technologies that allow to revert the socioeconomic barriers, allowing to improve their economic opportunities. To improve and achieve this autonomy of women in this digital era, we need to have access with these ideas and with these digital needs, also ensuring that there's a participation of women and girls in the digital era, and with the objective to move towards the autonomy of women in this digital area, we need to boost these efforts in the superior level, and also to stress this educational support to link women more and more in mathematics and sciences, among others. Facing this crisis of development and also looking at this inequality of gender, we need audacious solutions, and some of them are in the commitment of Buenos Aires. In this document that integrates the regional agenda and Brender, the governments have committed, and I quote, to promote public policies that are intersectorial, that include measures that are a statement to promote the participation and the achievement of education of girls, teenagers, and women for sciences, engineering, mathematics, and also the technologies. And I stop quoting. This is the reason why this meeting has a special importance of the supports of the region they are expressed in the regional area in the 67 period of this legal framework of women. And this is where we have the commitment of Buenos Aires. The reality demands these changes in an urgent manner, and facing the crisis of development that faces Latin America and the Caribbean, we demand urgent responses that are audacious and that have in here in ICLAC, altogether with the UN system, clarity and a support for the authorities that are being part of this meeting. And without further delay, I welcome you to the 64th Board of Directions of this Human Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. I wish you productive working days that we can use to create a region where no one is left behind and we can work for all. Thank you very much. within the intervention of the executive secretary, and now using the Zoom app, Manuel Baeza, the regional director of UN Women, is going to have the floor. Good morning, all. Good morning. It's a great pleasure to be able to address you. Although it's using this app, I would have loved to be there and hug you and wish you a happy new year. But the technology is helping, and technology is the subject of this commission for the status of women. So we hope we can use it more and more, all the women of the region. A big hug, Jose Manuel, a pleasure listening to you. It's a pleasure to have you here. And it's great to be a team so we can work. We're working a lot very near with the CLAC, especially with our regional attached director, Mrs. Demani, our teams integrated by Raquel, Cordelo, and Barbara Ortiz, and we are working very, very neatly with the CLAC and UN Women for the service of all the ministers of gender and the presidents of gender of the region. A big applause for you, Mrs. President Astrid Massina, Minister of Women and Diversity in Argentina, in this first board of direction that we're going to face today and tomorrow. At the same time, it's a combination of the preparation that we need to take again a consensus at a global level and to the CSW, the Commission of Women, a Latin American consensus that is always felt. And let's hope that we can have that today when we finish this board of directors. So the ambassador greets that in New York. Well, they're going to negotiate that this year, the CSW. Thank you so much, Mrs. Ambassador, because you're introducing Latin America, and let's hope we can make your work easy. A special greeting to my dear friend, Mrs. Gavita, that she is the ambassador of Argentina for special policies. There are several countries that are putting behind the external policies, you minister. So, and we can hope we can have a soon and near encounter to see how we can fill that with content. I also wanted to send a special greeting to the secretary of the conference, Mr. Yanez, and of course all the team of the direction of business of the ECLAC. Also, last place, I would like to make a special comment for the terrible fires that the south of Chile is suffering, and send a big hug to the Secretary of Unit and let her know that she can count on us because we are here to support the government of Chile to solve and look for solutions to this tragedy that regretfully you're living now. All our countries, of course, we are suffering that thanks to the climate change. And this board of directors gives us the chance of being together. It's a great pleasure to be with you again together, raising our voices in the subject that the executive secretary has already pointed out, but also in the follow up of the commitment of Buenos Aires. We cannot stop saying that this has been a political commitment that has been unique all over the world, that also creates the path to strengthen the support for women, giving them what they need so they can have that sufficient time to be part in politics, economy, and of course to delete and leave aside the violence. The 2022 has been essential in the strengthening of this agenda for this commitment to give to that commitment a position in the global agenda with a specific and a wonderful tool to create systems that are integral, care, public systems, private systems, as well as communitary systems for the right of people to take care, to be taken care, and to put in practice this high level of care. It is essential that voice that Latin America has raised. We're being listened in Latin America in all the territories, and we have received many requests of many territories all over the world. So we can give them some information on how have we developed this political commitment. So we need to congratulate ourselves because this commitment leads to a new model of societies, a fourth pillar of the welfare society that is more sustainable, with women in the center of the economic and social development that is inclusive and is sustainable. And now, far beyond to the translation of this commitment, there are two specific stages that are coming. The first one includes three things: finance, finance, and finance. We need to have resources for the creation of resources at public level, private level, and communitary level. We cannot forget about the indigenous communities, to the Afro-descending communities, with the people with special needs, with the communities of the LGBT communities. All these type of communities need to be included in the integral systems of care. And this is the reason why, from UN Women, all together with the ECLAC and other agencies of the United Nations, we're working uh, to know how much would it cost to the state to invest in women in systems of care that receive the country with a triple dividend. Because we cannot forget that we are there, we are in a process to move behind to do something with this participation. The care is one of the elements of the things that have been left behind. This is why it's so important for this economic growth that we need so much, and regretfully we are not achieving. This is one of the elements that is essential to ensure this governance in the systems of care, with women as the main engine of this integral system, including and generating room for this development of civil societies linked with the use of the system. So the drafting and the work is in line with the needs of the interested groups. I encourage the present authorities that they share the specific needs, these actions for this commitment of Buenos Aires that is so important. And this is because all together with the United Nations systems, we can get nearer these common objectives to achieve these important programs. And now, concerning our next meeting, concerning the women, is the number 67. 67 years ago, always in a continued manner, we have been fighting for the rights of women. The year 2023 also tells us that we will have excellent opportunities for a region. We've been doing this for a long time now. ECLAC and we in this board of directors all together, we have encouraged this opportunity to introduce this prioritized subject of the CSW, that is innovation, technological change, education in the digital era, to achieve this empowerment and growth. As Mr. Secretary said, the CSW will meet in New York from the 7th until the 8th of March. I'm sorry, because the 8th of March it gets in this period. This is part of the decisions that is taken, and I apologize for that because this is an intergovernmental decision, but we have a confirmation of many of you that will be with us in New York. And this is a great chance to be there because it's a present and a future where the technology contributes to transform the social standards, to elevate the voices of women, to be there, to use their voice, and to avoid the continuation of the algorithm prejudices, and to change the benefits of the digitalization, because we are going to use these objectives and we will be able to do something with these uh, objectives. This is part of the basis of the year 2023, because things will change. We have the opportunities to do that, but we need public policies. We need the finance for women, and this is urgent. This is an investment that will make us achieve the sustainable development. The approach paths, they're not possible. The digital revolution may contribute to generate some things because women may enjoy at the end of this full equality in an economic and social sector, and can widen the existing gaps to generate new inequalities and new stereotypes. So let us fight for this duality of paths. Let's choose the first one, where women make a good use of the technology to put in the center of development. With the women, we are considered and we are empowered as creators of technological matters. In a region, the digital gap is a growing fact, and Mr. Secretary already said that. At a world level, only the 28% of graduates in engineering, and only the 23% of workers in artificial intelligence are women. In the meantime, the girls, they do as well as boys do in sciences. We have a good brain. We have a good brain that can be used in technology and math. This is no longer discussed. And we still have more than 200 million women that do not have access to the internet services. And 89 million women, as Mr. Secretary said, are out of the system, technological system. Beyond the description of the current situation, I would like to put a horizon. And because we need to integrate women to generate employment of quality with multiple benefits. The transitions towards the sustainability and the digitalization, they have the power to create millions of job positions in a region. And it's important that women get this benefit in terms of equality with men. Some employments are going to disappear, but some others will be created. And this is where we need to fight. So this creation of employment is feminine. We also need to promote this planning, and we also need to do something with this innovation. From a region, we need to spread our voice. And so we can use this to push the use of women in technology and innovation. It is not much, still not much what our countries invest in this. If we do not invest in the technology and innovation, we will still continue to be left behind. We will still be having a very limited development. This is the reason why it's so important women are in this planning and they're part of this employment creation. And we need the contribution of us all using incentives, strategic incentives, using the digital programs of the public sectors, as well as the subventions and the funding for the public policy, using the public concentration for the advance of women and technology. And of course, the investment that are strategic of the private sector that are key for that. Let us put a base in the education of girls. It is essential to generate new communications for the environment of the learning processes, to delete this system and these stereotypes so we can transform the education and we can include the teaching of the digital citizenship in the study plans of schools. Let us not forget that we have a correlation. It exists a correlation between the gender violence in girls and the real life, between both. So violence is given in the social network, is given in technology. We need to eradicate that violence that has a minimum real impact in women that suffer that violence. In the girls and women, this is the reason why we need to fight against this violence. It is something terrible that is being created all together with technology. The United Voice of the Caribbean and United Nations is essential in all the global forums for the construction of the conclusions that we're going to have at the end of the CSW. Let us hope we can have this declaration of consensus so we can continue saying that Latin America is here, is present, still innovates, and is guiding and offering leadership. Thank you so much. And I will be listening to you during the rest of the day. Thank you. Thank you, Maria Noel. Now, Mrs. President of the Regional Conference of Latin America and the Caribbean, and Gender Dilemma Sina. Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning, all. It's a pleasure to listen to you, Maria Noel, as always. Thank you so much. Good morning, Jose Manuel, Maria Noel, and other colleagues of minister and high national authorities that are representing international bodies. A great hug to Maria de Carmen with my great colleague Marina Cerceda as well, and a special greeting uh, to all the people that is here with us in this board of direction. It's very important to meet again after the great experience that the regional conference left us, the conference for women in Buenos Aires. I wanted to tell you about my solidarity that I feel with the Chilean people that are suffering for these terrible fires. It's a situation that should warn us for the climate change because this climate change is the reality. This is the reason why we need to get together to unite our effort for the sustainability of life. Thanks to the delegations in second place to uh, be here today, those that are part of the board of direction and the others that decided to join us. I'm always going to stress the regional cooperation and this space that we have all together in terms of diversity, and also stress the great work of UN Women and ECLAC concerning this subject. To tell you that for Argentina, the agenda of gender and diversity is priority. The current government of Alberto Fernandez and Cristina Fernandez de Kirchner that started in 2019 did that with the great social demands that were there with the first voice of no women left behind. This made us to create other policies to unite us all and construct a country with more equality, with more inclusion, with more freedom and less violence. And for the strengthening of these public policies, we put a lot of energy in the institutionalization of the gender perspective. This is how the first Ministry of Gender and Equality started. That now is my turn to guide. Also with different subjects, including the national area. And following this line, we have followed a specific program to boost and strengthen gender areas in the local governments of each province. I'm always telling the experience that through the gender diversity, we have achieved the internalization of different gender areas from the provinces and the local government, so we can look at the importance to strengthen these places. Also, to boost some tables and spaces of articulation, because the fact of accelerating equality is not only interest of a minister of, for women, but it is part of a specific government. The gender perspective is good for the economy, it's good for the education, and it's good for health. And it's a condition so the development is sustainable because it's good for the country and it's good for the whole region. This is the reason why it's a great honor and a big responsibility for the Argentina to lead this work. We're going to work, therefore, in three axes of important relevance. The first one is the commitment of Buenos Aires, that was the result of the last regional conference for women that was held in last November in Argentina, where it was recognized that the care is a need and is a human right. We were able to establish objectives, actions, and policies to be able to distribute that work, and also to guarantee the right to be taken care of, and also the self-care. This has to be the challenge of the states, guided and working with the civil society, but with the private area, and with also especially their main characters. Especially for Argentina, we have been boosting different public policies, and I'm interested in stressing one that is called registered, and this focuses on the commercialization of the sector for women that are part of this um, area. I'm talking about the work at home because we have achieved that many women are part of their social rights to distribute the workload that falls in women and LGTB is essential. This is the reason why from Argentina we have been boosting a draft of law that is the care and is a transforming law because proposes, first of all, the use of some licenses and some integral system of policies and services to redistribute the responsibility of care between the public and private sector, the family, and the organizations, as well as creating a national record to improve the work conditions of workers of care of the paid work. Also, a minimum basis for the infrastructure of this type of system. And as brothers as we are, talking about states, we need to work in the use of some implementation that is a reality for us all. In second place, we will be consulting a previous uh, service for the CSB with a subject that is wonderful. It fills me with enthusiasm because it's related to change, innovation, and technical education in the digital era to achieve the equality of gender and the empowerment of women and girls. We have to talk about the lack of digital equalities because these are the social lack of equalities and gender lack of equalities. And this has an answer in the way the society is developed because we need to distribute the care to create insertion and opportunities to work for women and diversity. So we have more women working in dynamic sectors, as is the science, for example, the technology. It is necessary to break the stereotype that make that girls believe they're not good to learn mathematics or hard sciences. We need to reinforce those bases, the basis of a society that is full of equality, and take that out of the household. So Twitter and all the digital spaces, because this is where until where the violence is getting. We are harassing the social network for telling what we think and for making politics. This is what we're talking about also when we talk about this type of digital violence. We need to stop including that in this type of communication because we need to also to work in a strong statement that will allow us to get to march in the United Nations with a strong and consolidated basis. And the second part is related to the organization and movement of women and feminists and the social organization of women and trans feminists of diversity that are a boost for the gender agendas. This is the main engine of the transformation that we've been suffering this year. And I want to strengthen the importance it has for the Southern global part. And I invite all the organizations to get together in these efforts. Also to thank one more time. So this is a meeting full of production and we have good results for women in Latin America for us all. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Presidenta. Y a continuación, María del Carmen
Mrs. Maria Carmen Stegen for the United Nations of this roundtable, but now is going to discuss the 67th digital era for women. Ambassador, it's great to meet you today.
It's my pleasure, Luis. Thank you. The Executive Secretariat led by Maria Noel Baeza, our Regional Director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women, the Minister of Women, Gender and Diversity of my country, Argentina, Ayelen Marcina, for giving me the chance of providing you with information about the preparations for the next session of the Social and Legal Commission of Women that will take place between March 6th and 17th here at New York. This year, the session will cover the priority topic, which is the following: innovation and technology breakthroughs and education in the digital era to achieve gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls. As you may see, This is a current topic because ICTs offer a large number of benefits, as we were able to experience that during the COVID-19 pandemic. And precisely because of that experience, we see that it is an area in which gender inequalities are amplified and reproduced. Argentina is part of the Bureau of the Commission to represent the group of Latin America and the Caribbean of the GRULAC, together with South Africa, that is holding the chair, Latvia, Mongolia, and Germany. As a member of the Bureau, our delegation in this session is responsible for facilitating the results or the outcome document, which is the conclusions about the priority topic that we have already stated in this meeting, which are the agreed conclusions precisely on this topic. Thus, at the core of the Commission's work on January 30th, the Provision 0 was circulated with the agreement of the Bureau. Provision 0 includes a new language of the Secretariat, General Secretary, um, about the same topic. It also includes agreed upon language of the previous session, number 66, and prior since 2016, about the following aspects that I will share with you. In the preamble, it states that the action plan and the Beijing Declaration, you can see that in paragraph number one, the mention again of the international agreements, paragraph number two, the Beijing Declaration with the 2030 agenda on paragraph number three, violence against girls and young women, paragraphs 18 and 21, among others that I'd like to highlight. On this item, I'd like to share with you the facilitation strategy supported by the Bureau of not renegotiating language that has been already agreed for years. That is to say, since this the 60th CSW, that is to say, since 2016, which text and negotiates is negotiated every year, and the same commitment result is obtained. And this approach strategy, pragmatically, the way will allow for negotiations to be focused on a new language that is linked to the priority topic and achieving uh, more progress instead of using time and discussions regarding matters for which we already know the committed language. As Argentina, we have the objective of achieving agreed upon conclusions that will include the priorities and the voice of all the countries, focusing on the main topic at hand with a strong gender perspective, addressing uh, uh, the matters that are under the purview of this commission. It is observed that the language that it was introduced in Revision Zero is balanced because it truly reflects the priorities of all the members, and it starts the discussion in a fair and impartial manner. On February 2nd, submitted Revision Zero drafted to all the members and the preliminary comments from the member states, where the comments that we received were quite positive. The negotiation process is foreseen to start on February 22nd and 23rd. On the other hand, and follow up to the 15th regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean, held between 7th and November 11th, back in November last year, that proposed the Buenos Aires Commitment or Agreement. The Argentinian delegation had the honor and responsibility of coordinating the stance of our regional group during the negotiations of the conclusions agreed during the 67th session of the Social and Legal Status Commission of Women. This group becomes the Buenos Aires Group, which is a negotiating group involving countries in Latin America, whose position during the Commission of the uh, social and legal status of women is given by the final document of the regional conference on women in Latin America and the Caribbean. That is to say, the Buenos Aires document. Our group this year is made up by Brazil, Bolivia, Colombia, Chile, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, El Salvador, Honduras, Mexico, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, and my delegation from Argentina. As the process progresses, we will be reporting duly to all the delegations in the region that will join the Universal Group. This group, as I said, has the commitment of Buenos Aires, of the commitment of the agreement of Buenos Aires as its main input, and is also paying attention to the outcomes from this very important meeting of the presiding officers in order to make progress in a common position regarding the revision zero draft of CSW, which is the first reading of the text and the uh, further stages of the negotiation process. Please allow me to make some personal comments based on the work conducted by our delegations at the UN region. Is characterized by the defense of women's and girls' rights from an intersectional perspective, because our region is made up by indigenous women, rural women, elderly women, Afro-descendant women, and women at large, just to name a few. Now, in terms of multilateral context, our countries are intended to progress in standards to further protect the vulnerable groups that are facing different obstacles, plurality and diversity that characterizes our region, allows us to be legitimate voices of the rights of those marginalized women. Likewise, we contribute with a vision on the challenges regarding access to technology from the global South context and promoting empowerment of women, gender equality, with an approach that respects the different levels of legal and legislative progress of other countries and understands the most urgent concerns of the less developed countries, such as poverty and hunger, which are also at the core of the discussion. Our countries have a broad trajectory in the defense of women in the international context that are expressed in the different documents adopted and approved in the regional conferences regarding women in Latin America and the Caribbean. I'd like to close by highlighting that the achievement of substantial equality between genders is a priority for Argentina, and it does require concrete actions along these lines. And in December 2019, and that's why we have the presence of the first Ministry of Women, Gender, and Diversity in the history of our country was created, and for creating a hierarchy of gender and women issues in the public agenda. This is reflected by our foreign affairs policy. Argentina is using crucial spaces in the United Nations, for example. Currently, we exercise the vice chair and representation of GRULA and this bureau of the Commission of Legal and Social Status of Women. We exercise the co-chair of the LGBTI at the UN Women. The other co-chair is the Netherlands. For 2 consecutive years, 2021 and 2022, we were the co-chair of the Bureau of the Executive Group of UN Women, which was a very positive experience, which was a major experience personally, and also representing the region. And I had the chance of traveling to Ecuador during the country visit together with Maria Noel. It was an excellent country visit, very well organized by UN Women and by the Ecuadorian authorities and by the UN women representative in Ecuador. Dear colleagues, we are available from the Argentinian nation to collaborate with all of you and to guarantee that 67th session of the Commission of the Legal and Social Status Commission of Women will be successful for our region, which is what I can say for now. Thank you so much. And we are once again available to all of you. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, embajadora. De este modo hemos terminado.
So this is how we have concluded the first part of the opening. We're going to take a break 1 minute because our executive secretary will leave the room.
Le damos la palabra a la
Now we give the floor to the chair of the conference to adopt the preliminary agenda and to continue on with the meeting. Thank you, Secretary. dear delegates, you have the topic, the document entitled Preliminary Agenda that is open for consideration to all of you. So if there are no comments, it is then adopted. According to the agenda that we've just adopted, I am pleased to open up the floor for the submittal of the reports from the countries regarding the actions foreseen for the implementation of the Buenos Aires commitment or agreement. I'd like to ask the delegates to abide by the agenda in 4 minutes, so all the reports can be submitted with the help of the secretary. We're going to run a roll. Please raise your virtual hand or write in the chat on behalf of the country that I'd like to present the report.
Damos paso entonces a las intervenciones. Tiene la palabra la delegada de Perú.
The delegate, the honorable delegate from Peru has the floor. Please go ahead. Aquí yo tengo diferencia entre el reloj del computador y el teléfono. Entonces,
Bueno,
pero estamos bien.
Good. Now we hand the floor to Venezuela.
Tiene la palabra la delegada de
The
Venezuela.
delegate of Venezuela now has the floor.
Bueno.
Okay, we are
La delegada de
giving the floor to the delegate of Mexico. Thank you so much. Good morning to you all. Good morning. As the president of the National Institute of Women in the government of Mexico, I would like to congratulate the president, CEO of the board of director of the regional conference about women and the inclusion of this important segment in the work of the 64th meeting. I would like to greet Ana Westness and all the members of the ECLAC and all the colleagues, my colleagues, ministers, and everybody that is with us today. And using this approval of this commitment to Buenos Aires, the Caribbean states, we state our conviction for the advancement in the regional agenda of gender, and we agreed on a new style of development based on the recognition of care as an essential right, and to make visible the economy of care as a central element for the inclusive recovery that is transformational. During the 15th conference, we, the women, we were part of the commitment sharing the agenda of transformation in matters of equality in Mexico and finding there a roadmap that is progressive and it also will make us advance towards the autonomy of women to correct these historical inequalities as well. This agenda is an agreement with the transformation that we are living here in Mexico for some time now, for the government guided by Manuel López Obrador, where we make a policy in a different manner. We advance towards a better quality of life and a better welfare to go forward some resilient and sustainable societies. And based on this new dialogue with women, we work with this scenario being one of the objectives for the first time to generate the conditions to recognize, to redistribute and reduce the work of care in all the national territory. This is the reason why we have boosted the creation of a national system of care that is sustainable and recognizes care as a human right, supplying some public services, in also economic growth that is very important, also as well to construct this peace and innovation. To materialize these actions, we have been with this power altogether for the national care as well as the constitutional reform to establish the human right, the care, also to promote some projects that I have to say these are real results of the parity of the action, and we hope we can approve them, can be approved for the Senate. Also, in a collaborational manner, we, the women and the ECLAC, we have posted some studies, as Manuel L. says, to give good evidence for the care of women and the elderly. That is an important of economic return and tax return. Also, with the Center of Excellence of Statistics of Gender, we've been working in a national mapping of geo-reference of the care that will allow us to resume and also to identify these areas. Different regional spaces have positioned our project, gender and immigration, as a integral strategy focused in the understanding of the needs of women in context of migration. Some are the model of attention for human health and attention for crisis for migrant women with an ecosystem of care in migration to recognize women as social agents, political and economical. In the international plan, we have the care, and this has positioned as a multi-sectoral space of co-creation, cooperation, and collective action with 104 participants that collaborate on a daily basis to move on in the agenda of care in the region and the world. Today, the Alliance has a structure of government that belongs to a committee with a general assembly and a technical secretary that works in a strategic manner to achieve this global position and this global agenda from the this level, first level to the local level. Also to boost these collaborations, nonviolent collaboration in with the women. We have launched last year. We did that. The campaign "It's Time to Change." Let us um, this type of conduct and let us change. This is focused in the way we have to show the men have to show that they're men and to leave aside any type of behavior that is chauvinist. We have reached many social networks and the web retransmission, and also in Mexico concerning the right of women and indigenous people. We have been present with the best linking tool that is focused on them. And finally, we're working in a preparation and all the details for the Conference of Women to be held in Mexico for the year 2025, where we will be taking the support of the feminist organization that have been participating in the last edition for the leadership of Argentina and the ECLAC and UN Women. So on behalf of the government of Mexico and mi labor as a president of INE Mujeres, I would like to tell you about this commitment because we are going to push this commitment of Buenos Aires, considering the current synergies, the equality facing the 67th period of the CSW. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. We thank the participation of Nadine Gassman, Mexico. And now we hand the floor to the delegate of Uruguay. Hello, all of you, or all my colleagues, ministers, and all the public officers, diplomatic staff members, and those that belong to other areas of our ministries. Thank you so much for being here. As given that the idea is to have a participation of 4 minutes, and we want to give a good account of the way we have implemented the commitments assumed in Buenos Aires, I'm going to try to give a sort of summary and focus on the policy of care, taking into account that this has been a part of the several points of this document. As you well know, Uruguay, in the previous administration, was the first country to implement an integral system of care. And this administration, given that although it has a political signature, has decided to maintain a policy of state, not only concerning the system of care, but also the public policies in matter of gender, with the, of course, emphasis, natural emphasis that we give, but we have continued. As we consider, we always say that these processes of cultural change, they imply to foresee these structures that are national of our societies, and it is well evident that we need long processes for some years, and we are not going to change them. This is how we've been working, and this is how we've been facing the possibility of improving and constructing everything, facing a system of care that we have implemented. Thanks to that, Uruguay has had a lot of congratulations and a lot of satisfaction. So in that regard, with this process and being able to analyze for some time now the system of care, national care, and as we said, in the Ministry of Social Development, where we are colleagues of cabinet here in Buenos Aires, we have considered some learning that we have all experienced, and we have instrumented some reformulations on that regard. One of them that is the most important is the way we have hired the people that are the caregivers, taking into account that the previous design has developed some systems where the person to be taken care of was an employer. And these generated some conflicts concerning this job relationship, this working relationship. This made us implementing a process of implementation and cooperation for caregivers so they were able to deliver the services. This was in the year 2022, and right now we have the condition to let you know that we are a country of this province of 3 million people, where we are, and we have already created 10 cooperatives of caregivers, where some of them have more than 20 caregivers part of these projects, and we have a new record of people integrated into the system, so they have now the access to have a caregiver. And we have marking a new record because these are scholarships of the GALIS. These are the social inclusion scholarships where we deliver these scholarships to fathers and mothers of children that are small children and they don't have an access to public education. They are from 0 to 3 years old, and they live in locations where there's no room or there's no chance to have this school education for free. So these scholarships, they do pay for these locations to take care of children, for some educational centers of first childhood to give a sort of support to mothers and fathers. In this center, we also boost the responsibility of care, and this is also a project that is developed with the Institute of Children and the Elderly. This year, we have a new record, as I told you before, of new distributions of more than 1,000 scholarships. Concerning that, also, we have some matters in the subjects where we are under with the condition after the 8th of March, we will be in conditions to announce the first surveys with the first results. This new survey that we will be delivering, it's a new study to talk about the women and the work that they have and the new wages that they receive. This is with the support of UN Women. This will be introduced at the end of March. But the 8th of March, we will be able to give you some new information. We have also initiated a work. We're going to sign an agreement with the Central Bank of Uruguay, so the national public accounts, they are included with a satellite account that measures the um, non-waged work to give an idea of the level that this is important for the national accounts and how it contributes. And also with the project that will be finalizing this month with UN Women, we're going to introduce that in March. We're going to let you know about the percentage of the um, GDP and their contribution to the level of the country. Given that I'm running out of time, I would like to tell you that we are committed with all the commitments assumed here in Buenos Aires. In the other great sector that is gender violence, we have introduced last year the national plan that will last the next 3 years, and in which, of course, we have included all the organizations of first and second level of government, and also in compliance to our law of inequality, that is the 18,146, where all the states have finally finished to create their units for violence of against the violence of gender. Not all of them with an approved budget, but all of them working, where many women have been working a lot during the last years in training and generation of budget with a gender perspective, and with the support for the first time of the Ministry of Commerce. I will finish my presentation here. I can send you some information and other details concerning the compliance of the other commitments that Buenos Aires has and with which we feel very involved. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Agradecemos la intervención de Mónica Botero. Sí pedirles a todas las ministras, por favor, ajustarse a los 4 minutos para que todas puedan tener
tiempo de intervención.
Please be only talking in 4 minutes. And Mayra Jimenez, next speaker from the Dominican Republic. Please, Mayra. Good morning. Good morning. Special greetings to Maria Lula Baez, the Regional Director of Honor Women and the Director of Gender Affairs, Clark, Mrs. Nasena, the Ministry of Women, Gender and Diversity. And want to greet as well the different units and the honorable ministers and highly representatives for the advancement of women. From the adoption of the commitment of Buenos Aires, we have been given ourselves the task of see that this commitment, and I will allow myself to highlight some of the actions that we have programmed in our country, in the Dominican Republic 23. It has to do with the advancements, legal and standardizing ones for care as a recognition of violence and harassment in the labor place. We have been building a bill to establish a national system of care. In 2022, we widened through a decree the license of paternity from, or the medical leave from 15 days to an extended period. And we are still having a bill that would extend this paternal leave for 21 days in the private sector. And the bill on violence against women was submitted to Congress by the executive in December 22, in which we established the policy, the national policy of self-care for operators of the system for assisting victims. Together with the judiciary, workshops are going to be made in order to establish the value of care by women as a criterion to calculate the amount of pensions based on the maintenance and distribution in case of divorce or similar. The Ministry of Labor is implementing several solutions that put into operation the 169 conventions of ILO, as well as the obligatory registry in social security of those who are working in social affairs. This is under the discussion of a bill of domestic or of household work, as well in the ministry of in our ministry, we are going to send or to launch a protocol on the violence in the labor place to be implemented in all kinds of public services, together with the Ministry of the Public Administration. Besides, we submitted the report for the ratification of 190 convention of the ILO on violence and harassment for preventive control by the Constitutional Tribunal. Our country, though, has anyway started the implementation with a pilot of communities of care in 2 different boards, and this work has been started with 3 different areas: children, the elderly, and the disabled. And we still work in the teaching curriculum for the disabled, and we have foreseen the provision of products and support to strengthen the autonomy of it. Likewise, for the elderly, we offer different kind of services as well as integral in nature. Simultaneously, we are working in the constitution or configuration of a cooperative of care to guarantee the decent rights of people working on this kind of a work. We are to implement different teaching networks with focus of non-violence, and we will implement a campaign to be addressed to sensitizing and making awareness in terms of the change of behavior as of care. In terms of the production of statistics, in last November, in our country, we put an end to the last census, including questions on the use of time, household work, and non-remunerated jobs. And we still have some disaggregated data, but we will have a survey done on co-responsibility in the public sector, as well as a qualitative research on stereotypes, rights, and care. For 2023, we are foreseeing the pilot for the community of care in order to have a systematization of this process as well as the results. Likewise, we will be working on the robotics workshops in order to promote the insertion of it, as well as science and technology. Besides, professional courses are going to be given to prioritize technology and the non-traditional trades in order to strengthen the autonomy of women, girls, and girls adolescents. We will still strengthen all the work in terms of their reproductive and sexual rights to promote a life free of violence. And we have programmed several actions in order to prevent and to address the different manifestations of violence, including workshops on cyber violence, educational matters, positive reading, and different communication means, and how we address violence in terms of care in the tourism area. Finally, in terms of budgeting and cross-cutting agenda, we want to say that this year we will include for the first time in the system of institutional performance assessment some advancement indicators on gender cross-cutting agenda. In 2022, we progressed by creating 8 new sub-budgeting processes to include public budget for 23, so that we have seen and foreseen that for this year. We want to increase the amount of institutions using these kind of classifications. And we wanted to have some reports on the gender and the impact on public policies, as well as organizing accountability towards or for the citizenship on the different budgets being used, and to have an agenda to include fiscal policies to promote equality in gender and guarantee the rights of women, including the right of care. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank your attendance. And I don't want to leave you without expressing my solidarity to the Chilean people, but also the Turkey and Syrian people that today are suffering sorrow because of what they have been suffering lately and the material damages that have been produced there. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos la intervención de Mayra.
We want to thank Mayra Jimenez, the Minister of the Dominican Republic. We wanted to ask the delegates that please talk only 4 minutes so that everybody can have a place to talk. Shefania Jenher from Suriname, please.
Tiene la palabra.
Yes.
Surinam.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I am Shifania Jahangir, head of the Bureau Gender Affairs Suriname. Joining me at this two-day meeting are the policy staff of the Gender Bureau, namely Ms. Titi Jagan, Ms. Melissa Wensdale, and Ms. Mireya Nalin. It is our pleasure to share with you on this platform some of the initiatives that recently have been carried out or are currently being executed in Suriname, and which are in line with the Buenos Aires commitment, and thus will contribute to narrowing the gaps between men and women in various areas and realizing gender equality. One such initiative is, and to us very crucial in assessing that we are on the right track with our international, regional, and national human rights commitments, such as CEDAW, Beijing Platform for Action, the Sustainable Development Goals, Belém do Pará Convention, and the Constitution, is the development of a monitoring and evaluation plan for the Gender Vision Policy Document 2021-2035 that was launched in 2019. The development of this MNE plan started in March 2022 with technical support from the Canada CARICOM Expert Deployment Mechanism and Catalysta Plus. Quite a number of meetings were held with government ministries and CSOs for feeding this plan. A few weeks ago, we just had a large stakeholder meeting to discuss the draft MNE plan, including the various roles of the Bureau Gender Affairs and stakeholders in the process of monitoring and evaluation. We intend to finalize this plan in the near months. As per November 2022, two pieces of legislation have been added to the normative framework of Suriname, improving the legal position of women and other vulnerable groups in society. The first one deals with violence and sexual harassment in the workplace, and the second one with equal treatment in the labor market. At this point, both laws are only applicable for the private sector and mandate the Minister of Home Affairs, who is responsible for government's HRM policy, to develop similar laws for the public sector within 1 year. I will now mention 3 UN SDG Joint Fund projects that currently are being carried out in partnership with the government, UN agencies, and CSOs, and in which reducing gender inequalities are being taken into account, and in which the Bureau Gender Affairs, among others, is involved by providing gender technical assistance. The first one is the Leaving No One Behind project, with the duration of 2 years from April 2022 till April 2024. This joint program is aimed at integrated policy solutions to enable inclusion, build resilience, and improve livelihoods among indigenous and tribal peoples in Suriname. This program will result in a strengthened policy and regulatory framework to improve inclusion and resilience of indigenous and tribal peoples, improve coverage for water, sanitation, and hygiene, up to 45% of the ITPs by 2023, improved livelihoods and enhanced food security of female farmer networks in 50% of the targeted ITPs communities by 2023. One of the intended outputs of this project is to have a decreased adolescent pregnancy rate by 15% by 2023. In this regard, recently a brainstorm session has been convened with relevant stakeholders. The second one is the Sustainable Pineapple Value Chain Development Project that is part of the Agri-Food Systems Transformation Accelerator, co-led by FAO and UNIDO, and launched on the 29th of September 2022. This 4-year project aims at upgrading the pineapple sector through a program that will benefit indigenous and other rural communities. Currently, UNFPA collaborates with stakeholders, inter alia, indigenous and tribal community organizations like Campos and FITS in validating a work plan for 2023 that will include gender-related and capacity strengthening training workshops for the female farmers and young people participating in this project. The third one is the Roadmap for a Sustainable Financial System for Suriname project, launched in October 2020 for a period of 2 years. The execution of this project will shortly come to an end. The aim of this program is to develop a national roadmap for a sustainable financial system to reorient the flow of international and local resources towards more inclusive and gender-responsive sustainable actions in Suriname. Currently, the project is in its last phase, in which partners are focusing on developing a national climate agreement and revising the environment and climate change chapter of the gender vision policy document, which I earlier mentioned. Furthermore, the Surinamese government, in collaboration with the International Organization for Migration, has started preparations for the development of a national migration policy plan in accordance with the international norms and standards. This plan will support Suriname to respond to the opportunities as well as challenges regarding migration at the regional as well as international level, taking into account its sustainable development agenda. In this context, an interministerial coordination working group for migration has therefore been set up, consisting of various ministries, including the Bureau Gender Affairs. Prior to the development of this plan, an assessment was conducted and stakeholders were trained. In order to better meet the needs of victims of gender-based violence in the future, currently an analysis with regard to the services in Suriname is being finalized. The capacity of current services available in Suriname will be assessed, including through a self-assessment against the requirements set out in the Essential Services Package. In addition, the analysis will make specific recommendations or actions to optimize the service and address any identified gaps. In January 2023, the draft results of the assessment were presented to and discussed with stakeholders. Furthermore, various organizations, both government and non-government, have been carrying out activities for some time to promote the participation of women and girls in ICT. In this regard, I will share with you some of the activities. For example, the Ministry of Education, Science and Culture has developed a strategic policy plan regarding ICT in education. And in this context, the iStream project is being implemented, and educators at junior and junior secondary level are being trained in Google Apps. Furthermore, for a little over 10 years now, ICT modules have been provided in the civil servant courses, which are being conducted by the Ministry of Home Affairs yearly. The students, the majority of whom are women of various ages, are taught basic knowledge and skills regarding working with and the possibilities of a personal computer, as well as being taught the applications of Microsoft Office programs such as Word, Excel, and PowerPoint. The Ministry of Transport, Communication, and Tourism also commemorates the Girls in ITC Day since 2012, together with stakeholders. The focus of the Girls in ICT Day is to encourage girls and young women to make a career in the ICT sector. In this regard, last year, girls from 3 junior secondary schools were taught the various possibilities within the ITC sector. Lastly, I would like to conclude by stating that we believe that with the implementation of the above-mentioned initiatives and with strong commitment of all stakeholders, we will come closer in realizing gender equality. Thank you for your attention.
Agradecemos la
We
intervención
thank
de
the intervention of Shefania Saint-Pierre from Suriname. And we open the stage to Nancy Tolentino, Ministry of Women and Vulnerable Populations from Peru. Good morning, everybody. Lady President, ladies and gentlemen, our greetings from the President of the Republic, the first women president in Peru in 200 years, showing that discrimination based on gender is a structural thing affecting our country in all levels and areas. In terms of the implementation of the Buenos Aires commitment subscribed in the 10th regional meeting of Latin America and the Caribbean in November 2022. From Peru, we wanted to emphasize the commitment of our country into this regional agenda and the transmission of the different levels of the state and public policies as well. In fact, all most important policies approved during the last years incorporate this perspective of gender, human rights, and culturality as well. Among this, there's national policy for development to 2030, because it's 56.9% of disabled to improve are women, and this policy tries to guarantee the participation of the disabled working in different economical areas, depending dependent and non-dependent as well as autonomous, and to guarantee their participation on equality footings for accessibility in their own environments. Other national policies with this perspective of gender is the national policy for children and adolescents in 2030, sorry, for the elderly, for the management of a disaster, 2050, the national policy approved of inclusion, financial inclusion, together with the equality on gender approved or passed in 2019, that puts the balance against violence on women that has to be addressed by the government of our country, because it generates violence, and the participation of the political and social participation of women through is one of the most diverse countries of the world, because of the diversity, because of the variety of climates, and all along our geography. As a state, we are interested in preserving these conditions. And we know that we can not do it without the participation of women. That is why in 2015, we passed the plan of action of gender and climate change. In 2019, we approved the plan of adaptation for climate change towards 2050. And from 2020, the Ministry of Women and Vulnerable Populations presides this Committee on Climate Change to guarantee that women will be in the center of the climate change integrally, and to guarantee as well autonomously of women. And we have ratified Covenant 189 of ILO, considering the law of the workers in the household. From 2017, we have another law to guarantee the equality of remuneration between women and men, and that was done by the Ministry of Labour. In 2021, we approved the conceptual framework on care based on this ministry, and in July 2022, we presented a bill to create a national system of care, which is now under debate. We have a plan of action on the resolution 325 of the Security Council on the agenda of women, peace and security, to reinforce the military participation on equal footing on gender, and to promote the participation of women in the armed forces, and to project their participation in peacekeeping operations in order to include their incorporation. Finally, as a state, we reaffirmed our commitment with the construction of a democratic country and absolutely free from violence based on gender. Women, adolescents, and girls are in the center of our decisions, and that is why we will continue working in the implementation of those policies and actions, considering the agreements coming from the regional conference, as it is the most important forum to address these issues. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos la intervención.
We want to thank you for Nancy. We want to thank Nancy Valentin, the Minister of Women and Vulnerable Populations, and now we will leave the floor to Undersecretary Vidal from Chile. Okay, so good afternoon. I would like to, on behalf of our Minister, Antonia Orellana, I want to greet the chair Ms. Ayelen Masina, also the ministers and the senior authorities of the national mechanisms for women in Latin America and the Caribbean. I would also like to greet Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director, also Anna Westmead, the Director of General Affairs from ICAC. And I would also like to greet the women's and feminist organizations that are with us today in this work that we have been carrying out over such a long time in order to get to the point where we are today. Regarding the compliance or that we have had regarding the commitment that we assumed in the state of Chile in the 15th meeting at Buenos Aires, our government would like to report the progress that have been made. The design and the basis of the creation of a national care system that coordinates with feminine and communist perspective, every institutions under the principle of care as a social and human right of universal access and the right of taking care of and being taken care of. All these proposals designed by the Women's Commission whom I would like to greet after their 95th anniversary, and also with the caretakers and the register that has been put together in Chile. There are 39,000 women that have already registered themselves in this record. Also, the survey on time usage has been applied. It's discontinued since 2015, and also the setup of a rural pilot program. There's an expansion of programs like the local network of support and care, the 427 program that provides response to women who are responsible of children between 6 and 13 years of age access to care service, support the participation of women in the labor market with support, financial and economic support. We also build the community care and protection centers. The Minister of Women and Gender Equality in Chile has fostered the first intergovernmental working committee with the LGBTIQ plus community. And after several meetings, more than 42 organizations from throughout the country have participated, and we the priority of the different demands from different gender trends. And with this table, we have been able to provide support to the people that have victims of crimes given their sexual orientation or gender identity. We've also subscribed the collaboration agreement between the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Women and Gender Equality, the service, and also the Undersecretariat of Crime Prevention. We are working today in a system that is the plan for good living, which is a government commitment with indigenous peoples. Also acknowledging the historical debt between the Chilean state and the Mapuche peoples, which peoples that I belong to, that I'm very well acquainted with when it comes to the inequalities in political participation, social participation, economic gaps that these women also face, many of these women that are part of the rural world. This plan that considers 400 billion pesos in public investment on two axes. One is the recognition of these native people, the restitution of land, and the creation of an indigenous affairs ministry, and also territorial parliaments. The Minister of Women and Gender Equality has been working together with the plan in order to include a women's perspective in public policies. Already had dialogues with Mapuche women, and in December 2022 was the latest one when we brought together over 100 women from the different communities and districts from the Araucanía region. Regarding migrant women, joint work was carried out with the UN agencies in order to put together a diagnosis on sexual and reproductive education and gender violence with migrant population. And a roadmap was put together for the teams from the United Nations and ministers that work in shelters in Colchane and Moritos in the north of Chile. And lastly, and in considering the 67th meeting of the CSW, we would like to also mention the partnership or the alliance for digitalization in the region, knowing that we have reached over 18,000 women in 18 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. And as the leading country, we've carried out 5 webinars just last year in order to make this web platform visible. All of them well connected, 30 free online courses for women. Now, before bringing my speech to a close, I would like to thank, and this on behalf of the President Gabriel Boric and the Minister Antonio Orellana, for all of the support that our neighboring countries have provided us in this catastrophe that we are facing as a state, which and undoubtedly these situations always hit worst those who are most vulnerable. So, as President Gabriel Boric has well said, you must all be certain that as a government, we're going to constantly be providing support. We would also like to greet our brothers and sisters that are suffering today, given the 2 earthquakes that have been suffered. And undoubtedly, when there are catastrophes such as these in the planet, those who suffer the most are the most vulnerable people like women. And as the UN has said, no one should be left behind. That is our commitment as a government. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank the remarks by the Undersecretary Vidal in Chile, and we'll offer the floor to the Ministry of Women from Brazil, Maria Silvia Alves.
No se escucha.
We cannot hear you.
Ministra,
Mister, your microphone appears to be off. You're on mute.
bueno, mientras resolvemos,
We deal with some technical glitches, Minister. We cannot hear you. But while we deal with that, let's go to Nadia Cruz, the Vice Minister of the Equality from Bolivia.
Nadia Cruz,
Nadia Cruz, Vice Minister of Equality, Bolivia. Well, can you hear me? Yes, you can hear you. Thank you. Good morning to the presiding officers of the Regional Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. We'd like to greet the authorities that are present. Warm greetings from the President of the Plurinational State of Bolivia, Hilata David Choquehuanca, the Vice President. As a representative of Bolivia, I will address you all to let you know about the actions we've been marked on and those implemented to implement the Buenos Aires Agreement. I'd like to express that the Bolivian people is supported, among others by equality, inclusion, complementarity, equality of opportunities, social and gender equality, that are constitutional premises that have allowed us to drive legislation and policy focused on contributing to the construction of an inclusive, socially equal, based on decolonization society, and then the open fight against discrimination. Likewise, regarding the main topic, reason for this discussion, the constitutional, the constitution of the state states that we recognize the economic value of the household work as a source of wealth and will be quantified in the public account. This is why, under the constitutional umbrella, and considering the commitment of Buenos Aires, and aware of the need to adopt comprehensive measures regarding economy of care as part of the strategy of the elimination of. Uh, we'd like to inform the following. First of all, um, in 2021, investigation was conducted whose results have allowed us to develop a diagnostic in terms of contribution to the economy about the care work nationwide, whose objective meant to provide statistical information regarding domestic household non-remunerated care and work, made visible to the importance of for the national economy and society. Within the framework of such investigation, the Economic Survey of Labor 2022 was run. Such survey has measured time devoted to non-remunerated work, different variables, as well as the realities and contexts in which it takes place. Likewise, we can quote the main qualitative findings of analyzing the information obtained in the survey through the application of such survey. A, mostly non-remunerated household work relies on girls, young women, and women who consider that the non-remunerated work is not a job in themselves, but a natural or hierarchical determination because it's a gender and generation matter. B, many of the women that responded to the survey older than 30 years of age to devote their time to religious activities, attending Protestant temples or churches, which unfortunately reinforce the idea is that the economy of care should rely on the shoulders of women. And C, men who were interviewed, they expressed that they conduct some uh, household activities, but not as a responsibility, but also as a mere aid. In general, they consider that it is women who better conduct these tasks, excluding themselves automatically from their care responsibilities in the household. This document briefly described, besides reflecting the inequality situation of women, girls, and younger women, also becomes a baseline that will allow us to implement and design regulatory measures that will guarantee that the access to care, self-care, as well as other policies refer to the economy of care with a gender perspective. So now, continuing with the brief summary of the report, the Bolivian state in 2022 has developed uh, discussion sessions and workshops entitled hacia la despatriarcalización de los cuidados for sustainability. Having conducted 18 workshops focused on women and social organizations, the women workers and municipal and departmental authorities. After the 15th Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean in December 2022, the document has been socialized, the commitment of Buenos Aires to the different public and state departments, identifying stakeholders that will help in the actions to be conducted within the framework of such agreement. And number four, in the regulatory context, that the state knows that there's a need to promote legislative proposals focused on the economy of care with the purpose of making a significant example of the non-remunerated work society economy, of course, considering the intercultural approaches in plurinationality contexts that are typical of the Bolivian plurinational state, according to our reality. The Bolivian state also knows that added to the political, social, and economic crisis, and added to the coup d'etat that we suffered in 2019, the pandemic due to COVID-19 has impacted and worsened the impact to Bolivian citizens, but mostly on women who, besides being in a context of violence, were affected by the massive job loss that coincided with the implementation of virtual education, or what was even worse for Bolivia, a very sudden and dictatorial shutdown of the school year, a scenario that led to a higher demand and a higher level of focus on legislation or the development of public policy regarding care. This adverse situation, which Bolivia has gone even before the pandemic and worsened by COVID-19 pandemic, we should say currently with certain level of pride that is being overcome with economic reactivation thanks to the economic model of our country that intends to find opportunities for all the citizens in Bolivia. With this, I'd like to thank the chair. I'd like to thank once again and reiterate warm greetings to our sisters of the Regional Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We'll offer the floor now to Larissa Calza, International Advisor of the Ministry of Women. Thank you very much, Chair. I hope you can hear me now. Apologies for the technical problem I had before. I'd like to also greet all the ministers and authorities that are present and online, and to express how sorry we are in Brazil for the fires, forest fires that are affecting Chile. As since we have interpretation into Portuguese, I will continue in Portuguese.
Acolhemos a adoção do compromisso de Buenos Aires pela 15ª Conferência Regional em novembro último. A recente criação pelo presidente Lula do Ministério das Mulheres é demonstração do compromisso do atual governo brasileiro com os seus objetivos. O Ministério ainda está em fase de estruturação e, nesse contexto, ainda não foi possível elaborar um plano exaustivo para a implementação do compromisso de Buenos Aires. Gostaria de apresentar, no entanto, algumas das nossas prioridades iniciais que se coadunam com seus objetivos. Passamos no Brasil por momento de mudança. Reconhecemos a diversidade e a pluralidade.
Now we know, as women, and we to be in order to be protected and to guarantee all the rights, and we recognize as well that we have an important role as agents of development, and we wanted to create all possible human power and potential for our women and girls. So we have some things that I've done in order to integrate dignity and decency and particularly into the marketplace on an equal footing for the same functions. It's not possible to admit that women would earn less than men, and we wanted to assure the economical autonomy and the combat against discrimination, particularly in terms of care. And we want to combat all possibilities of harassment. And we wanted to change the culture beyond our society that gives a responsibility to women and girls. And that's why this way we will reduce and redistribute care, which is not remunerated by women. And we wanted to have an equilibrium balance in order to have all our responsibilities in all different genders. We don't want to continue with the male chauvinist culture and to avoid violence of gender and to create programs for women and to make sure that there will be no impunity in those actions. So we wanted to endorse everything that gives integral support for women to avoid violence. And obviously, we also wanted to orientate women in order to continue with the adequate processes. We want to respond with policies to different ways of violence against women, particularly feminicide and the online violence as well in the different contexts. Ladies and gentlemen, to women, 52% of the Brazilians, and we are not in the spaces of power, so we still have only 16% of power. So, but only 26% of the generalized positions. So we wanted to have more insertion of women in the spaces of power and to guarantee the different posts. We have agreed, we have achieved to come to the highest positions in the world banks that are represented in Brazil, but it is only two of our general managers there. So we wanted to promote the equality of gender in a cross-cutting way in all the federal government, and we are promoting an wide dispositions for in order to integrate these perspectives of gender in all parts of our government. I wanted to thank all your attendants and to your attention. Thank you.
Agradecemos la intervención de la delegada de Brasil. Continuamos. We thank the intervention of the delegate of Brazil. We continue with the Vice Minister of Mrs. in this case, Ilian Purs. We remind you from the Secretary to please adjust to the 4 minutes that you have to make your presentation. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, integrants of the CEPAL of UN Women, to the government of Argentina, to the Ministry of Genders and Diversity that is with us guiding this board of directors, the participants of these delegations and the representatives of the UN, representatives as well of the different organizations that have this participation and in agreement with this part of work with the framework of Buenos Aires, the Republic of Paraguay, and has added the regional commitments that are national and international, that this is a main axis in matters of social protection, visibilizing in this matter for the people that are the carers and those that are well taken care of. The government has established strategic actions that are oriented to the configuration of the national system of care in Paraguay, where we have the social inclusion integral that boosts the social cohesion at long term, and in this way increasing the national policies. The care is a main access of the national system of social protection, and this is an example of our social articulation that has gone well over different governments, becoming a policy of state. With a great satisfaction, we want to tell you that in December of the year 2022, this policy was approved by the Social Cabinet of the Presidency of the Republic, created by more than 25 public institutions. This policy that has been drafted for all looks for the guarantee and the design and the development of the autonomies of people in the dependency system and the people that take care of making sure about the access to the service, the times and resources to take care and be well taken care of, based on a model of co-responsibility between families, the state, the private sector, and the community. This process has been installed in the public agenda, all together with a regional agenda from the key parts and key participation of our states. We keep moving on in the action plan, and for this, we are considering the approval of this care that currently is found in one of the chambers of this legal area. The commitment of Buenos Aires considers the boost of this gender for the production of the use of statistics, and this is how the Paraguay state has drafted the year 2021 the strategy of gender statistics Paraguay 2021-2025, with all these parts that are mentioned in the commitment of Buenos Aires that mentions the participation of a non-governmental organization, giving well evidence of the participation of civil societies for objective population studies, part of the ones for which this is directed, also being part of the policies of care. With this will, we want to promote and guarantee the rights of rural women, essentially for the empowerment and the development of the law 2005 or the year 2015 public policies for this type of women. We have drafted the mechanism of participation to create this interinstitutional committee for the follow-up of this type of fight. Concerning the axis of this fight, the Ministry of Women boosts in a progressive and constant manner a series of answers for violence based on gender. And in this framework, Paraguay is in the process of construction of the first national policy for the attention and prevention of women that is called Plan OVI, with an axis of masculinity. Following this line, we have been working with different training courses named Men for Inequality, Policemen for the Ministry, Public Ministry, and the Ministry of Women, with the objective to analyze the condition of women from men and women in the institution based on gender, recognizing the importance of the drafting of policies. We have introduced the results of the national survey, the situation of women in 2021, carried out in the framework of commitments and agreements in the Ministry of the Internal Affairs and the Agency of Women, and also the help of the National Bank to have specific data to draft public policies and answers that are much more efficacious, and they are also focused really in this type of prevention. We have drafted this agreement in an answer to women, indigenous women from the different communities and ethnics of the national territory that have drafted the experience of violence from which are victims in the dialogue of the public industry in international institutions, with the idea to improve these public policies, and none of them are left behind. The communicational area in the different campaigns, these are the visible violence that is for really the violence that women and girls suffer in the country. It is essential to promote institutional work that heads for the integrality of the execution of the public policies and to maximize as well the impact of the results. And for this, we have launched a protocol unified for the assistance, attention, and integral protection of women in situation of violence, with the purpose to orient the work of prevention and integral attention that women suffer based on the condition of gender, and also the signature of these authorities and the law 5176 from the year 2006, where we restate the group obligation to work against violence of women in Paraguay. We have launched also the methodological and tactic violence based on gender for the training of those that are going to train others to leave some things stated with the interinstitutional table for the prevention against women with the burden women. One more time, I really do thank the space and the honor to be able to share the actions as a Paraguayan state from the Ministry of Women. We're working in the framework of compliance for Buenos Aires, also working in the previous session of the 67th session of the CSW to consider the priority subjects that will make us work this year. Thank you so much. We thank the participations of the delegate of Paraguay, and now we're going to offer the floor to Colombia with Clemencia Carabui. She is a presidential counselor for the equity of women, and we remind you the 4 minutes for your participation, please. We cannot listen to the delegate of Colombia, not to delay our day. We're going to now turn the floor to Colombia, Secretary for Women Delegation, Mrs. Delegate, and then we will be coming back with Colombia. Cuba, whenever you want, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I'm Marian from the Secretariat of the Federation of Cuban Women, Mrs. Minister, and a high representative of the mechanisms for the advance of women. First of all, we want to offer our solidarity for the people of Chile and for these woods that are being now burned. I thank from the government of Cuba, on behalf of the government of Cuba, for having this chance to be part of the 64th board of directors of the ECLA. And here we want to discuss our advance in the development of the commitment in Buenos Aires of the year 2020. The agenda of the 15th conference has focused the attention in the care with a horizon to have another type of recovery after a crisis, a humanitarian crisis that has set in alarm all the worldwide population. The National Program for the Advance of Women promotes the advance of rights and opportunities and possibilities that are in the politics of Cuba, and also stresses problems that appear in the Cuban society. It gives account for a higher result of the participation of women in all the sectors of society. It is the agenda of the state of Cuba to boost the progress of women and the institutionalization of the public policies, strategies of gender, and the action of the group in the update of the economic and social model of the development of our countries. In the objectives that are focused in reaching a society of care, we want to stress the equality for women has to be the same, with a special attention to incorporate as a priority the matter of care, and also from the action plan and measures we want to improve and widen the services of support for this type of domestic work that is based in principles of social correspondence. In Cuba, and the social policies, they are universal and they boost the autonomy of the years in all the diversity. And we work to strengthen these skills in the full exercise of their rights and the access of education for services of health, and to develop a work that is done with dignity, to be represented in the processes of political decisions to receive prevention services of attention in all, even to all the balance ways. And this is defined as constitutional rights, given that the full unit is considered as a supreme value for the development of strengthening these decisions.
The approval of legislation and implementation of measures to achieve a new type of development that will prioritize life sustainability, recognizing their care, guaranteeing the rights of all individuals who need care, and those who further them has been a priority in the updating of the legislative framework of our country. In Cuba, in 2021, through an agreement of the Ministers' Council, we approved the comprehensive strategy on prevention and care for gender-based violence and violence in the household in order to provide a comprehensive and integrated response to the effective prevention of gender-based violence. The family code entrusts importance to co-responsibility and at the heart of the family for protection of those who are most vulnerable and those members of the families that conduct care duties considered in our society until then as non-remunerated work. This new legislation recognizes the fair distribution of time, reinforces the economic value of the work at home, and a more economic recognition to those who have devoted their time to the duties of care and household work. This has been defined as a priority in Cuba to cater to the challenges of the demographics dynamic and the first step has been to articulate the work conducted by different sectors, institutions, and organizations to respond to a comprehensive and multi-sectoral approach. The National Program on Comprehensive Care to the Elderly Citizens, the Community Social Services Program, the Social Work for Single Mothers with Disadvantaged Kids, the Non-Remunerated Work Program, the Dignified Labor Program are part of the macro program of Human Equality and Social Justice Program of the government agenda. Um, Affirmative policies have been approved that stated the political will of the Cuban state in the creation of the baseline and the conditions for the development of an inclusive model in which men and women can have access and contribute on an equal ground to the construction of a new society and to the benefits derived thereof, eliminating whatever is a hindrance to the harmonic development of families. The these decrees and the core responsibility of the private is the resolution of the Ministry of Education that establishes the standards and procedures for granting uh, enrollment to early childhood according to the capabilities existing to mothers with kids who have a special educational needs, those who have two children or more, and those who are as well as the resolution of the Ministry of Finance that establishes a bonus um, in regards to an exemption in terms of income tax to these workers and to those who exercise the activities for the care of children and caretaker of the disease and elderly population are some of those policies that contribute to achieving the society of care inspired. Cuba is committed to continue to work in order to achieve the economy of women, to transition towards a style of development that will not leave anyone behind, into putting life sustainability at the center and to guarantee the rights of those who need care and those who provide care. Working consequently for the implementation of the Buenos Aires Agreement that was adopted on the 15th Regional Conference even though our country is facing every day the material and financial limitations as a consequence of the economic embargo um, that prevents the increasing empowerment of Cuban women in our society, and therefore the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, specifically number 5, referred to the issue of gender equality. The set of measures derived from it have a direct impact on the engagement of women on the labor market, on the stability of income, and the household overload and the materialization of their personal projects. Thank you very much.
La delegación de Cuba
Thank you very much, Cuba. Now, Colombia. Can we resume with Colombia? If the delegates from Colombia are not ready, we'll go to Panama and then we go back to Colombia again. Panama, Virginia Barreiro, head of international affairs. Since we have a delay, we offer the floor to Paula Flores, Ministry of Women and Human Rights of Ecuador. Go ahead, Mr. Flores. And good morning. I'd like to start my with a brotherly greeting on behalf of the national government under President Guillermo Lasso Vildosa, and to all those who are involved in this meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean, where we analyzed the implementation of the Buenos Aires Agreement. Adopted on the 15th, the Regional Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. As a country, we have the commitment of articulating concrete actions regarding the 54 items agreed. We have all the efforts with the sole purpose to implementing comprehensive public policies that will allow us to strengthen and advance the prevention, eradication, and the care for those cases of violence against women. The structural inequality condition in terms of social and economic development in Ecuador and Latin America. The economic recession that was triggered by COVID-19 pandemic, conflicts, political crisis, climate factors have had a significant and disproportionate impact on the populations that have experienced historical discrimination and therefore always impacting most severely women and girls, and added to other vulnerabilities such as lack of access and guarantee to human rights and dignity. That shows a scenario in which every day we must work. The fact of having, for the first time in Ecuador, Ministry of Women and Human Rights allows us to have our own institution strengthened. It has become a benchmark for women in terms of their diversity. Work is even broader because consolidating the ministry requires a whole level of dedication and maximum level of professionalism. Besides, this institution cannot be conceived in isolation from women. It must be built in a participatory manner, but mostly in an inclusive fashion. Within this framework, we have emphasized on the care as a human right, as the fundamental right to care, to self-care, and be cared for, which demands the fulfillment of other rights and principles such as co-responsibility, parental, familiar, uh, labor, social, and state co-responsibility. Uh, Human right to care opens a discussion in terms of what is understood as the well-being and the relationships between the state and the family, the market and the community. It is linked as the equitable division of tasks between male and female population, and also the consideration of co-responsibility. More than ever, the implementation and the strengthening of comprehensive care policies must be at the core of this national debate and also international debate between in the public and the private arenas, which means to look at the social distribution, the sustainability of life of all society, as well as it implies to look at care and sustainability of the environment at the core of life. With this priority, we have adopted actions with an intersectorial approach at the highest level. Ecuador has taken significant strides towards formal equality and also material gender-based equality. And first of all, developing the Ministry of Women and Human Rights, we also have the Undersecretariat on Diversity that is working on the first public policy ever of LGBTI in the country. We're working in strengthening the national care system with the guidance and coordination from the Ministry of Women and Human Rights. We clearly state the pillar of violence prevention, gender-based violence, especially focusing on cases of violence through special protection services and the Violenta centers, places that provide support and advisory that will allow women to face the phenomenon of violence in an efficient and mostly manner and without re-victimization. Increase the increased budget that allows us as a country to work hand in hand with the uh, shelters for those who are victims of gender-based violence and those centers that cater to women who are victims of violence. In Ecuador, we have a single record of violence, an information system that compiles violence accidents, women, with the purpose of georeferencing violence cases and updating the information produced in order to prevent an escalation and to provide all the necessary care. We have a national agenda on gender equality 2021 until 2025. Women and LGBTI persons that represent an important effort to mainstream the cases of inequality throughout the state. This agenda was built based on dialogue with women and with LGBTI persons throughout the territory in order to focus on social, economic, environmental, cultural context in which this should be implemented. Likewise, we have a clear commitment with the environment, and in this framework, the National Council on Gender Equality in the Ministry of the Environment and Water have developed a work agreement for the mainstreaming gender in policy for climate change by 2025. These are some of the thoughts and the public policies on which we are making progress in Ecuador because we are fully committed to implement within the regional context, which will allow us to build more dignified and equal societies with equal opportunities to women and girls and young women. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
I want to thank you very much, Paola Flores, Minister of Women and Human Rights. And now let us go to Colombia to see whether they have been able to solve their issue. Clemencia Garabalí, Presidential Council for Women's Equity. Colombia, are you there? Yes, we are. Good morning. Thank you, everybody. I wanted just to tell you that I did have a little bit of a difficulty. My computer got blocked, but it has been worked out. Thank you so much for your patience. We would like to greet the 66th meeting of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. we want to also extend our greetings to Maria Noel Baeza, Regional Director, also Ana Wesles of Gender Affairs for the ICLAC, and the ministers and senior authorities of the countries here present, and also the delegations are with us today. I'd also like to extend a special greeting for the organization on women for our different countries, and also a warm greeting from on behalf of Colombia. We will now share with you the actions for the implementation of the Buenos Aires Commitment on behalf of Colombia. I want to start by saying that with decree number 6 from law 2289 from 1923, the Minister of Equity and Women and also the National Care System, which has as a goal acknowledging, decreasing, redistributing, representing, and paying for work with a corresponsible uh, approach with the civil society, with communities, and also between men and women, given their differences and diversity, in order to equitably share the responsibility regarding the different domestic works, in order to provide a response to household care and also for the people that require care, and guarantee the rights of caretakers. Secondly, the national system of care will be in charge of the women of equity and women, and our first minister will be the vice president, Francia Martes. She will be the first minister representing the ministry. And thirdly, I just want to say that the National Development Plan 2022-2026, which was ratified on February the 6th, a couple of days ago, called Colombia, the Potencia Mundial de la Vida, establishes a chapter called Enablers that foster human well-being. And this chapter has the following components, which one way or another bring together the reality of our national care system. And it has to do with the creation and regulation of care systems. Along these lines, we will provide for the people that require care or support social sanitary services for protection, the promotion of rights, the development of capacities in self-care. For non-paid caretakers, services for labor insertion will be created, but also for the standardization of their traditional knowledge, strengthening the skills for the development of remuneration, or also access to public transportation, social services, social security, guaranteeing social protection. For domestic workers and for paid work carers, decent work will be promoted. In particular, we will promote a strategy for work and training that includes a record of employment of domestic work managed by the Ministry of Work. Or we will also create incentives for the registration of the comprehensive social security system. Secondly, the governance model and the territory distribution of care will have a participation and citizen follow-up system, including domestic workers and organizations from the civil society. Three important aspects will be defined. First of all, the scheme and the sources of funding for this national care system, also the responsibility of the entities that are part of the system, and also the operating models closely according to the ethnical, racial, and territorial, rural, gender approach, also course of life, differential course, but also and disability approach. Cultural transformation for promoting co-responsibility of care is one of the elements that will be taken into consideration in this reconfiguration of this institutional architecture. We will try to promote co-responsibility between men and women and all the stakeholders in the civil society. Awareness programs, education, communication programs will be promoted in order to promote non-violent male care, that promote full participation of men, whether they are older or younger, in the responsibility in care. And additionally, we will also strengthen the networks in society towards peace and the protection of nature. Number 4, public and popular alliances for community care. We will acknowledge and will promote the practices for collective community care for traditional peoples in different towns and different organizations with public, private partnerships where spaces will be promoted. We will also take into consideration training, educational systems, communication, dissemination of knowledge, and also a funding mechanism, which is permanent, trying to aim at sustainability. That is basically what we have worked on regarding this system. And as you can see, after only a few months of government, we have a huge challenge for us in Colombia in order to guarantee the implementation of Buenos Aires commitment. This government, the government of change, has the full commitment of trying to bridge these historical debts that we have with women in our society, caregivers also. And we consider that with the implementation of equality and a gender equity ministry, Colombia is taking the first important steps, solid steps towards a transformation of our care society, a transformation that we need in order to build a total peace, to create inclusion environments around caregiving, love, and peace. Thank you so very much for this space, and we will continue working together. For us, it has been very beneficial to hear what our colleagues are doing also in other countries. Undoubtedly, this is an important contribution for us in this new pathway that we've only just begun in Colombia. Thank you so much and have a wonderful rest of the day. Well, thank you for that presentation, Clemencia Carabalí. Let us now hand it over to Panama. Virginia Barreiro, Head of Institutional Relations. Virginia, the floor is yours. If Virginia is not here, then let us go to St. Lucia. Janae Joseph, a Director of Gender Relations.
Thank you. St. Lucia would like to greet the authorities, the President, and other presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women, representatives from UN Women and ECLAC, and all delegates. And we thank the presiding officers for inviting us to participate in this meeting. St. Lucia asserts that the outcome of the Regional Conference on Women in Latin America and the Caribbean held in November can cause a paradigm shift in national development planning and promote the recognition, reduction, and redistribution of unpaid care and domestic work, and create a more enabling environment for full participation of all members of the society in national sustainable development. Some key takeaways and considerations guide St. Lucia's implementation of the commitment. Care is a critical factor for gender equality as women continue to bear a disproportionate burden of care, most of which is unpaid, unregulated, unaccounted for. The establishment of comprehensive care policies and systems is critical to sustainable development and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Time use is central to understanding the gender division of care roles, and time use surveys have never been conducted in St. Lucia due to the exorbitant cost associated with them. However, the stylized questions on time use that have been designed for Caribbean countries to insert in their labor force surveys can help provide critical initial data on time use. St. Lucia is guided by the roadmap recommended in the various reports produced by ECLAC and UN Women on the Care Society in the last 2 years. There are several processes ongoing in St. Lucia that provide useful entry points and that can be built on and coordinated to implement a comprehensive care system that responds to our national context. This includes, but is not limited to, the development of the Social Protection Bill, the development of a gender-responsive social protection policy, the establishment of the National Gender Focal Point System for the mainstreaming of gender in national sustainable development, the development of the National Gender Equality Policy and Strategy for St. Lucia, and the implementation of the project Build Back Equal. Financing of the care system is as critical as the design of the care system itself. Through processes which will be unfolding in the implementation of the Build Back Equal project, we intend to explore the fiscal space for the implementation of such a system. Gender budgeting, when fully implemented in the national budget, may assist in the creation of fiscal space for specific responses. St. Lucia's human capital stands to gain tremendously from creating a care society. Such a society will accelerate the integration of gender equality principles and lead to greater gender equality outcomes in national development. We consider interagency coordination and participation to be indispensable in the development of a care system. Since the conference, St. Lucia has accomplished the following. The Build Back Equal Kickoff National Meeting was convened last week, and the inaugural meeting of the National Steering Committee will be convened in March. The Build Back Equal project, implemented by UN Women and UNFPA in 4 Caribbean countries, is seen as one of the most important ways to directly implement the commitment in St. Lucia. The Cabinet of St. Lucia has endorsed the establishment of a gender focal point system in the public sector, coordinated by the Department of Gender Affairs. The inaugural meeting of the system was conducted yesterday, February 7th, and the system includes all ministries in St. Lucia, and focal points are directly linked to the priority sectors in St. Lucia's medium-term development strategy. St. Lucia intends in the short term to convene the inaugural meeting of the National Steering Committee for the Build Back Equal project. Within the context of the implementation of that project, present the Buenos Aires commitment, discuss implications for St. Lucia, and identify priorities within that project to implement the commitment. Importantly, St. Lucia intends to prioritize research to determine our capacity to provide comprehensive childcare services. In addition, we'll be prioritizing building the capacity and enabling environment for innovative financing for MSMEs and improve sexual and reproductive health services and services for gender-based violence. We thank you again for having us participate in this meeting and wish you a successful continuation of this meeting. Thank you.
Muchas gracias a Santa Lucía.
I want to thank St. Lucia for the Director of Regional Affairs. We'll now go to Guyana, the Minister of Human Resources and Social Security.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I extend greetings to the President, Presiding Officer, representatives of ECLAC, UN Women, and other delegations. Thank you for this platform. But before I get into my substantive presentation on facets of the last held meeting, I'd like to, on behalf of Guyana, join the delegations that spoke before me in expressing solidarity to the people of Turkey and Syria who've suffered devastating loss owing to the earthquakes which occurred there. Our thoughts and prayers are with them. And in our own region, we also express our support and solidarity with the Chilean government and people as they grapple with the devastating wildfires in the country. Guyana has been involved in a number of mapping exercises focusing on ensuring that there is gender equality and that there is the ability to build back and to be more resilient in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, and also pay emphasis on the realization of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And we have placed heavy emphasis on looking at a comprehensive approach towards gender equality and looking specifically at women's empowerment, financial independence, and the overall economic stability of women and their families, and also developed a comprehensive approach to gender-based violence. We have in our country been combating the external and domestic economic shocks caused by COVID-19, and we have placed renewed focus on development in all of its aspects. And we have looked specifically at social and human development. We have focused too heavily on the eradication of poverty, and in that is the importance of decent work and productive employment, especially for women. In Guyana, much of our effort has been spent on employment creation based on mapping our growth as a country. And we have developed various governmental programs that speak to ensuring that women are empowered and involved productively with the intent of introducing more women into the labor market. And we have been able to do this through inclusive, accessible government programs as part of our overarching policy on inclusiveness and ensuring that women across the length and breadth of our country, including those in remote, rural, and hinterland areas, have the opportunities to access our programs, which are free, accessible online, in person, and available to Amerindian indigenous populations in the hinterland, those on the coast, people entirely on the coast, and in urban and rural communities. The aim is to ensure as a country that everyone can participate fully and equally. This effort has been recognized as in 1 year, last year, the World Economic Forum in its annual Global Gender Gap Index report records Guyana moving 18 places up from 53 to 35 in 1 year. And the report, in doing that, acknowledges the continuous expansiveness of our educational, academic, technical, vocational programs. And we are doing these programs and seeing the results by introducing more and more women into the labor market. Government of Guyana has introduced a number of programs, for example, the Guyana Online Academy of Learning Goal, which provides thousands of online scholarships to those persons desirous of accessing undergraduate, postgraduate degrees. And we've seen a number of women taking these opportunities. Our GROW program bridges the gap between those who may have dropped out of school and those who would like remedial work to prepare them for the world of work. Here again, we've seen significant uptake by women, as we have seen in our Board of Industrial Training program, which is one of Guyana's largest resourced competency-based vocational training programs, which endows persons with free training in multiple disciplines. This program focuses heavily on women accessing training in unconventional areas, for example, boat building and construction industry and heavy machinery use. But we are very cognizant of, as a country, of the growing need for labor to fill both skilled and unskilled work areas. And we have also paid emphasis on ensuring that there's equal pay for work done, and ensuring too that there is dignity in the work, especially that accessed by women, and placed emphasis on ensuring that women are an integral part of the care economy. In fact, one of the largest growing programs, which is only 2 years old, is the Women's Investment and Innovation Network that is spearheaded by the ministry I head. And this program has seen the women across our country, thousands of women, at least 10,000 women registered last year, with our country being able to train over 6,000 women at no cost to them in various areas, including professional care, care for the elderly, patient care, and child care. And also we have included IT as a significant part of that kind of training. We have seen out of this level of training that 48% of those women trained, they are employed, and 25% of them own their own business. This is because the program places heavy emphasis on entrepreneurship and the development and expansion of small and micro enterprise. And as such, this year, government continues to have a gender responsive budget, and there has been significant allocation towards training, empowering women, and ensuring that they have access to funding and employment opportunities. I want to share an innovative program that will be rolled out this year that focuses on day and night care and early childhood development that will involve women in Guyana so that they can be a very established part of our care economy, both in the public and private sector, giving them the opportunity to have consortiums where they can develop their own care centers. So this is a novel and innovative idea that I think will change the landscape of our country and give women right across our land the opportunity to be involved in the care industry. In addition to that, we have also, as a government, placed importance on ensuring persons living with disabilities, including women in that category, have the similar access to free training with the establishment of a training center, which will be open this year. And we also provide free supportive and assistive aids, including tablets too, to support the movement into IT and innovation of persons living with disabilities. Government continues to work towards the attainment of a gender policy this year to increase our gender focal points in the public service area and also towards gender mainstreaming. In addition to that, Guyana's low carbon development strategy through the sale of carbon credits will facilitate several environmentally friendly investments across Guyana, which will support job creation, focusing heavily on village economies and the support of women in key areas that are important to our country's non-oil economy like agriculture, fisheries, tourism, manufacturing, and services. And we will also be looking at the value of sustainable forestry and low-income mining with key emphasis on Amerindian or indigenous communities. I'd like to share some insight also into how, as a country, we are paying attention to gender-based violence with the intervention of the Spotlight Initiative, where Guyana is one of the leading countries towards developing a comprehensive framework that tackles gender-based violence and directly and indirectly impacts on gender equality and equity. Guyana has developed a comprehensive framework which focuses on the review of our legislation, including our domestic violence legislation, to cover more areas of violence, newer areas of violence too, providing a more comprehensive type of coverage and protection to people across the length and breadth of our country. We are also, in addition, looking at developing legislation to deal with harassment, and we are also moving in the direction to integrate our approaches involving multi-stakeholders in the approach to tackle gender-based violence. To this end, we have developed a 24-hour hotline, a 914 hotline that also has the option of persons having access to Spanish-speaking operators 24 hours. To use digital technology, Guyana has developed the iMatter app, which is available across the country and offers a panic button and all our gender-based violence resources to people of all ages and all walks of life. We have blended innovation and IT towards our fight against gender-based violence. In addition to that, there is a referral pathway that links all of the public service entities from health to human services to home affairs and all of the other agencies who are necessary to tackle domestic violence or gender-based violence. As part of what we're doing, we've paid emphasis to grassroots communities and developed the community advocate network involved in the fight. And we are also training those persons through our ministry's efforts so that we can have immediate and first response efforts on the ground. We have embarked on an expansive program to work with women who have survived cases of violence or experiences of violence, and we are working with them towards gaining financial independence and providing a series of alternatives and opportunities to them, such as safe vouchers, access to shelters through the expansion of our shelter program, and access to a personalized support mechanism through our Survivors Advocates program. This entire gender-based violence approach is one of the more innovative ones in our region, and I'm happy to say that Guyana continues to work tirelessly with women and with all stakeholders to have a halt to this scourge of gender-based violence, which is entrenched in so many of our countries. In addition to all of that, Guyana continues to work on recognizing that small businesses contribute to the sustainability of livelihoods for thousands of households and families. And in that number, a number of women fall. So government has allocated significant sums in this year's budget towards the Small Business Bureau to give women more access to financing to develop their micro enterprise or entrepreneurial ventures. Government's novel part-time employment program generates employment at a decent wage to numbers of women who ordinarily would not have had any chance of earning. Madam Chair, I want to say that the road to recovery should be one that is comprehensive, it's inclusive, it's realistic and strategic, and must involve national and international engagement and partnerships, much as we are having public-private partnerships in our own country. We know that the path is challenging, and we must be equally determined to have successes and empowerment for all our people, including women and girls, every step of the way. And finally, Madam Chair, as I conclude, I want to say that while there are elements of the Buenos Aires Declaration that are not compatible with our national laws and policy, there are so many provisions that we can implement. So I thank you for this opportunity for provide that snapshot of what's happening in Guyana. And it has been a pleasure to share our experiences and our solutions on this August panel. Thank you so very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for your remarks, Minister of Human Services and Social Security. Now we'd like to offer the floor to Venezuela, Dia Guzman, Minister of Popular Power for Women and Gender Equality. Dia Guzman, the floor is yours. To agree, unfortunately, the government from Venezuela. Unfortunately, the audio is extremely poor. The ministers and representative of organizations, United Nations, and to all those present that are members of the presiding officers of the 64th meeting. Being part of this presiding officers and to continue to collaborate and to find agreements in this multilateral context. During the last Q of 2022 and after our involvement in the 15th Conference of Women, our country has materialized progress in terms of family care systems that we would like to share in this scenario to validate common policies. The legal instruments and institutional instruments we have under the Constitution of the Republic, the care for life systems, social mission systems. We have recently approved a special act for workers with disability that guarantees jobs in the framework of a legislative agenda that is 2023 will enact the Comprehensive Care Act, Organic Act for Equality of Women, and the Organic Act for the Integration and Comprehensive Development of People with Disabilities. In order to build awareness, we're starting a very intense process of information and dissemination program about the society of care. The strategic topics involved refer to statistical systems with a gender approach, with responsibility, care for the planet, and funding. We started the Public Policy Forum and Society of Care with participation of Dr. Alba Carosa and a director who discussed theoretical aspects about care, as well as the concept of the which today have more than 5,000 women devoted to preventing, providing support, and to denounce different types of violence considered in our legislation. The program of mission that introduces the vision of care from the family. Finally, we have submitted the National Training Plan for a Society of Care that considers a series of training sessions, both online and face-to-face, to streamline and mainstream the approach in each one of the institutions and policies of the Venezuelan social protection system. Another strategy has been to develop a publication plan regarding gender and care for life. And we are going to provide visibility to women caretakers. In the context of these activities, we launched the Perfiles magazine, started with recommendation compilation of testimonies of those who promote maternity promotion called PARTO program among sexual and reproductive health care. We enacted the early adolescent pregnancy with the creation of organization for the follow-up articulation among institutions throughout the entire national territory. This organization is also made up by the Ministry of Education, Science Ministry, all the ministries associated to social aspects. This initiative is intended to be strengthening each one of the family committees that already exist in more than 40,000 community councils. As local organizations present in the country, that positions the approach of care to provide visibility to the many non-remunerated tasks even performed. That's why we introduced the ethics of care and self-care from the program. Because we're convinced that we are building a sound, comprehensive system that considers co-responsibility for the stakeholders that should be part of this system: family, community, state, and private sector. We have also addressed women's health as a priority from the right to health. Our political will, President Nicolás Maduro approved the creation of the Comprehensive Oncologic Center for Women, as well as specialized pharmacies for women patients, such as with ailments such as cancer, cervix cancer, etc. This is connected to a transforming culture that is being seen as a society that is based on horizontal power, solidarity, and equality. That's guaranteed through ways of organization that we are starting, such as the creation of the Feminist Council to promote the defense of women's rights and the direct engagement and the design of public policy to all of us. Other aspects important for the fulfillment of the Buenos Aires commitment regarding the strengthening of the gender statistics system for the follow-up of public policy are part of the system that is used in order to run service to monitor indicators regarding entrepreneurship and social women's movements. Considering this as a person, all of this process in the survey is considered as an intersectorial, intersectional, intercultural perspective and human rights. In this context, very soon, in the beginning of March, we're going to be developing the first national encounter on gender statistics as a way of share our experiences in this matter, as well as the challenges that must be assumed in public policy from the socio-demographic reality and the need to mainstream the gender support to different initiatives that women develop over recently created of the Red Parlamentaria de Mujeres. We'd like to call your attention regarding the aspects of the unilateral, coercive, measures on public funding for the gender agenda. We therefore emphasize these measures create a significant violation of human rights of all the population with special impact on women. Among other consequences, they see a limit access to education and empowerment. Likewise, we'd like to express our will and hope to overcome all difficulties and to build society of care, not only for Venezuela, but to the entire Latin American region, the Caribbean, into the new stage of true integration and cooperation to face the challenges that we will be facing in this context of climate crisis, demanding a robust action to transform social relations, the values of productive systems and consumption systems, support the neoliberal system of sexual divide, the division of labor. We need to create projects in common with new integration mechanisms in the economy and politics, in the social and cultural context for the development of social, of popular communities that pose the philosophy of good life in harmony with nature as part of the decolonization process for economic independence, scientific and technological and cultural independence, and therefore consolidated the context which is a shared vision of the future for the entire planet. Hope, rebirth, and live presentation in the processes. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Venezuela will now offer the floor to Luisa Cabal from Luisa. Thank you. Good morning. From ONU AIDS, UN AIDS, we recognize the effort of countries to achieve the commitments of the Brussels Agreement, especially paragraph 5, 22, and 37. In this regard, UN AIDS will support you in the implementation of this commitment, specifically regarding the aforementioned paragraphs to face structural inequalities that cause women who live with HIV in our region are left behind in terms of policies and programs that are state-run. UNAIDS distinguishes the crucial role of civil society and women's communities who live with HIV or are at the risk of contracting it, including trans women, the role they play in their fight against HIV, and they're now available as an action platform to support you so that we can find engagement opportunities for such organizations by addressing cultural barriers as well as the stigma and discrimination barrier that will prevent women who live with HIV to enjoy their rights. And we know that the stigma and discrimination intertwine in Latin America and the Caribbean, preventing the access to HIV services, sexual and reproductive healthcare that increase their vulnerability. The region has the highest level of hate-based crimes against bisexuals, transsexuals, and intersexuals, and lesbians and homosexuals. Since October 2020 until September 2021, 311 trans women were killed in 15 countries in our region. Therefore, we need intensified efforts to leverage these social drivers such as gender equality, the fight against discrimination, social protection, and financial protection to improve the proof, access to treatment, and the results of such treatments. Stigma and discrimination against those who live with AIDS and the key populations and the high degrees of gender-based violence prevent the development of efficient responses. So we are available to all of you. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much for those remarks, Luisa Cabal. And now, we thereby close this section in the agenda go to the next item, which has to do with the report on the fund to support women's and feminist support and the election of representatives to the presiding officers panel. Uh, the chair has been held by Argentina since the last women's conference. Cecilia Alemani, please. She is the deputy regional director in Argentina to present a report for the empowerment of women. Cecilia, floor is yours. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Very briefly, we'll present the report from UN Women as administrative entity, and then we'll listen to the rest of the interventions in this segment. And first of all, I'd like to highlight that this is the result of the effort of women's organizations in the region and its governance structure within the context of the framework of the Regional Conference of Women on Women. It is structured in a very innovative model because it's a type of model because it considers United Nations, ICLAC, and UN Women, as well as regional governments involved, and the representatives of women's organizations and feminist organizations that we will listen to during this session. We'd like to report, as we have already heard in previous meetings from the presiding office. And in 2022, we opened the application for the funding to organizations in the region. We received close to 260 applications, 258 to be precise, from 23 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. This was a first call for a seed fund made up by the contributions from Mexico through their National Women's Institute and UN Women. And this meant that we were able to support this first call in 2022, provide support to 17 women's and feminist organizations from 10 countries. And I'm going to mention them because this is the first call from this fund. It's important to take note Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Ecuador, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico, Trinidad and Tobago, and Venezuela. The organizations that receive the support from the regional fund cover different areas from the economic environment and autonomy and gender perspective and human rights perspective of women, digitization, and the topics at hand during this discussion, legal status of women, gender-based violence issues, and rural women's, indigenous women's rights, and peace and security. I'd like to share here because we primed this before the conference in last November in Buenos Aires, uh, because by now we are at the end, we're about to complete the implementation of this first call to the regional fund. And for that, we run a brief summary to the organizations that received the first funding. And they said that 90% of the organizations, they were able to improve their impact on the progress of the equality agenda based on communication strategies and more robust information systems, the communication system. This funding that was limited in this first goal were used precisely for furthering digitization and communication for impact. And the topics I've had today and we've been listening to since the beginning that are a significant challenge to women. Well, they are a challenge to feminist and women's organizations that do not have access to funding and cooperation, and that also face these digital gaps or divides that will dwell on in the rest of the session. Plus, 85% of organizations that were involved in receiving funding through this first call are also saying that they have achieved an operating improvement, including the strengthening of data management and the development of digital tools.
It's important, therefore, this is important because it reinforces from this reduced sample, that is the 17 organizations from civil societies that have received these funds, that they have also destined these to reduce the digital gap and their capacity to beat this situation. And with this, I will end my presentation. I would like to tell you about the strengthening of the network and organization of women and the role in this part of women. This is constituted by my board of directors that integrates representatives of governments and the TEPAL, and also a secretariat that also integrates the governments and organizations of men and feminists in their quality of administrative entity. And with this is the reason why I'm working with this report. I would like to share the fact that we have received even interests of appreciation for the second call, and we will probably structuring those for the year 2023. One of them was done in the framework of the 25th celebration, and the another organization has also told us that they are interested in being part of this second call with support of women. And also one of these one of these members is going to be with us and will also tell us about it when it's time to be of help. With this, we were able, I would like to tell you that we were able to create an operation of this international congress, and the first call really was more than we expected in terms of expectations. We had almost 260, and we expect to work all together with all the parts that are part of the situation, with all the members of the government, the agencies of the United Nations, to thank the support of the UNHCR, and also the traditional cooperation with, so we can continue strengthening this fund that is that is created out of the three parts and is always available as an administrative entity to really keep supporting the implementation so we can have more organizational feminists in the context of crisis that we discuss so much in our meetings, and also describes a lot in the flag as well. And we're all trying to reduce these impacts that are so complex. So this is part of the organization. We were able to be part of this organizational fund. And let us hope that they can continue in the 2023. We're adding more agencies, and let's hope that more can be of help and can give us the support that we need in this path. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Cecilia Alemany from UN with the consulting report that you have introduced. And now it's time to for Lucy Garrido from the Feminist Articulation of Mercosur, representative from Organization of Women and Feminists in the direction for their intervention. Thank you so much. Good morning to all the delegations and all the participants of the conference of the board of directors. And in the 2021, in this same table, I tested my words for the fund. Now, this should be like the terms to call it like a second part, revisited fund, something like that. Why? Because 2 years ago, we've been having this need. Let us hope that this doesn't become different seasons, because we need funds. And what we really expect is that at some point we will have to do that. And we have to see that how essential it is to give this organizational civil society of the feminist network that we are part of this fund in the board of directors. And it's important, so important as it has been from Mexico and with their fair support, that it has been part of the different organizations. And as Colombia has understood, we know that they have announced that they're going to announce an important thing. It's good. And it would be great if we all follow their example. So the women, and also telling about what women had to stand during the pandemics. Let's hope that the governments, they recognize that and they are all support to the organizations of women and feminists of the region. There are 33, the countries of Latin America, and if we count on the associated status, there are 46. These 46 states, they've been part, and they have been a continuous part. And how important it is, how essential it is for a region, because the democracies, they need public policies that really decrease the enormous gaps that the pandemic has widened. So let us hope that the governments really realized that women during the pandemics, when we were confined, were forced to be women, were forced to be mothers, and were forced to be there, and also being in the first line of hospitals. The government of Buenos Aires has made this objective to have this type of society for the care. How are we going to do that? If societies and movements of women, they don't strengthen, how are we going to do that if we are not of support for their objectives, their strategies, and their endless patience and their incredible capacity of dialogue? The idea here is good, has been good, and we need funds to support this organization and network, because this is the fact of supporting the economy, the autonomy, the policy, and this is the way we really support our democracies. Let's hope that the Caribbean and other countries, they follow the example of Mexico and Colombia, Germany, Portugal, Spain, United Kingdom, Norway, other countries, even Japan. They put those funds. And let us hope also for the international cooperation of the United Nations, the Bank of Development, of the public policies of the region. They do finance this due to their philanthropy, and they put some funds in there. It is what we call the strengthening of the region. And as the Ministry of Argentina said, this is strengthening this motor main one for this declaration is essential to reach this society of care that is inevitable. So thank you thank you very much for that. Okay, we thank Lucy Garrido for her participation. Now it's time to move on in the election of representatives for the fund that will be with the presidency of Argentina, and we we give the floor to the organizations that have that interest in being part of this working table. We now for the floor to the delegations that would like to tell us about their interest in being part of this board. Colombia, then Laura Gil from the Chancellorship has the floor. We offer the floor to Mexico.
Le damos la palabra a México.
We offer the floor to
Te
Mexico.
escuchamos.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much. Representing the President Nadine Gafan from the Institute of Women, I agree with a lot of pleasure to all the participants, and I take this chance to thank the wonderful task of the technical team on the back. It has been said we have developed with success the first call that supported 18 organizations of the region. This has been a great satisfaction to be called the secretary of this fund that has promoted this important work for the organizations and feminists of our country. We have to remember that have been the feminist movements the starting point of these actions in the global and local area. Most of them they have limited resources and they are insufficient to perform the work in favor of the rights. On that regard, Mexico wants to continue working with this great initiative. So therefore, we propose for the vice presidency of the board of directors. So thank you very much for that.
Muchas gracias, México.
Thank you so much,
Damos la
Mexico.
palabra
We
ahora sí a
have the floor
Colombia.
now
Laura Gil.
to Colombia.
Hola, muy buenas tardes ya.
Good afternoon.
Laura Gil, viceministra.
Laura Gil, I'm the Vice Minister of Multilateral Business, and I would like to send a special greeting to the Executive Secretary of the ECLAC, Jose Manuel Salazar, the Regional Director of UN Women, Manuela Embaeza, Minister of Gender Equality of Women of Argentina, the Ambassador Representative of the Argentina in the UN, and the Vice President of the Roundtable of this 67th conference. To all the colleagues of this roundtable, delegates, special greetings from Colombia, Bogotá. Before I start, a special solidarity greeting with all the brothers and sisters of Chile in this emergency of the fires manifests what Mr. Pedro, the president, has been saying from the very beginning of his government, the catastrophic and the climate catastrophe that has already arrived and is here with us. From Colombia, we celebrate the work of the region towards the compliance of the commitment of Buenos Aires, and we underline our importance and our availability to continue moving on in a Latin American consensus. We constructed this towards the CSW 67 as a contribution of our region. We recognize the importance of the organization of movement of women and feminists to be able to achieve a structural change and the total peace that Mr. Pedro proposes for Colombia and the region that has this final objective. We'll look for the identification and the boosting of women in all their diversity to be able to create an articulation for the instances of participation at a national and local level. One of the premises of our external policy and feminist one that we start formulating is the participative work in terms of exclusion within social parties in the decision taking. And I would like to make a recognition for the Councillor Presidents for the Equity of Women, Clemencia Caravalli, that is with us in this objective. In this spirit, for this will, we perform the 27th of December 2022 a contribution for the regional fund of support and organizations of feminists in ECLAC for the amount of $100,000. And we hope that this contribution is of use for the boosting of future projects and the advance of women in our region. The 16th of January, we officialized the position of Colombia as member of this board of directors, regional board of directors, and we want to officialize this institution. With these two actions, they do manifest the maximum manifestation of our commitment with the movements and our feminist organization of women. Thank you so much to all of you. I hope we can keep working to generate this structural change that we all need. The Voice United of Latin America will have a better implementation of the commitment of Buenos Aires and some results that are of transformation in the next one, if it is WS67. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Minister, for your kind words. And as a closure of this session, I would like to close with some remarks to tell you that it's a pleasure to be able to get together today to give a sort of follow-up to the Regional Fund of Support and Organizations of Women. And that is an initiative that is pioneered all over the world, that is the result of efforts of will of the Organization of Women and Feminists in alliance with the governments of the region and in the framework of the meetings of the Regional Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. It is a pleasure for us to quote that after some years, we had in the year 2022 the first meeting thanks to the voluntary areas that allow to receive 258 requests for the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean to then support 18 organizations. After that, UN Women as an administrative entity. Before that, UN Women had already given some remarks about that. And facing today the challenges, I would like to recognize the work of the organizations of women and feminists in the construction, the creation of the society that we were looking for, a society, and to be able to move on towards a society of care, and to then be able to give a follow-up to the paragraph 47 of the commitment of Buenos Aires that gave hope for the governments of Latin America and the Caribbean and another region, and the organism, the United Nations and other parties that give these finance resources for the sustainability of the funds. Latin America and the Caribbean is the only region all over the world that for 45 years, the governments of the United Nations and the organizations of the civil society, especially, and the feminist is part of the regional conference, and they get together with the women, the Latin America and the Caribbean to identify the advances and the movements in the guarantee of rights and the autonomy of women and the achievement of the gender equality. As a this result, we have created this regional agenda that is deep, that is ambitious, that is integral, and is the working roadmap to close gaps of the implementation of these type of policies to move on towards the substantive right to guarantee this part of gender. In this, we also recognize the essential work position for the organizations and feminists for the strengthening of the democracies, moving on towards the implementation of the commitments, including the last one that was this commitment. Now then, we thank the intervention of the organizations that starts with the regional consultation that is before the 67th period of the legal condition and the social of women, that includes the presentation of the document and the autonomy of this. So this is part of the results and the Caribbean that has been drafted by CEPAL, ONU Mujeres, the science, and all of that. In charge of Ana Westmes Garcia, director of the CEPAL, the ECLAC, and director also attached director for the Americas and the Caribbean of UN Women representative here in Argentina. Thank you so much, and we will be listening to you during your presentation. Thank you very much. Good morning, all of you. It is a pleasure to greet you and tell you, well, really state the solidarity with the Chilean people that is here with us. And we're going to be introducing the document that we have prepared all together with UN Women, the ECLAC, and also the gender equality in the digital era, supports for the digital transformation Latin America and the Caribbean. You have access to this document in English as well as in Spanish in our webpage. And I really do thank Maria Noel Baeza that all together with myself, we've been guiding the drafting of this document. I greet also from our teams, Daniel Fernandez from Montevideo, and a special recognition, Adriana Rodriguez from the team of division that coordinated the drafting of this document. This document also is available to you with data, with analysis, regional, and this is part of a contribution as a reference document. And this is part of the period of some sessions of the Commission of the Legal Condition and the Social Part of Women. The context now. We have already quoted that systematically from the moment where we adopted and you approved the commitment of Buenos Aires. We are facing several crises now. A crisis of the development, our executive secretary says that exacerbates the historical data and the structural knots for the region. In the region that we're facing to have a lost decade with the threat of the objectives of sustainable development. And also we have posted as well the gaps of lack of equality and the structural knots of gender equality as we have seen in the different documents we've been discussing in these the board of directors during these 3 years. The pandemics accelerated the digital transformation that was taking place all over the world and made visible the demands, the pending demands in the educative system as well as in the connectivity and the use as we're going to discuss today. And the transformation, digital transformation, without any doubt, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity in the region. We were saying this, we were commenting this with the minister, the importance that it has to take this opportunity. But also we have to do some changes. So changes that are full of substance and the things that we have to do so women are not left behind or outside anything at all. At the same time, we have agreed and we have reached this meeting with the commitment of Buenos Aires, but also with the digital plan. We have requested to make a change in a productive model to go towards economies with minimum emissions of carbon footprint, economies with another very high level of technological content, and also being more inclusive and more sustainable. So we're talking about a new dynamic, a dynamic in the digital era. And Cecilia Alemani, a tied director, and myself from ONU Women, we're going to be introducing this all together, this document that we have prepared for this conversation. And in the region, we have already held these recommendations in the global and local level, and then the agenda of the sustainable development and of this 4 and 5. So we have a special recommendation more than anything, and this is part of the committee for the lack of discrimination for women, the CEDAW committee. and the United Nations and the report of the General Secretary, our common agenda. We talk about that. And at regional level, we have started talking about this, and we this we had this opportunity with Mayra Jimenez in the Dominican Republic. We had a consensus in many years ago, and also with the Feminist Forum with Magali Videra, great support in the consensus on Santo Domingo. That was the first part where the governments, the states that were part of this, they were part of this commitment to tackle and to discuss all these subjects on science and technology in the strategy of Montevideo with the commitment of Santiago. We've been moving on in terms of commitment as well. And of course, in the board of directors in the year 2021, the subsecretary Vidal mentioned that we boost this regional alliance for the digitalization. That is, the ministers, in this case, the presidency of Chile, and the high authorities of the mechanisms, that was very clear that we needed to accelerate the digitalization. And without any doubt, in the year 2022, two historical days in the region, the commitment of Buenos Aires are already developed, and allow me a note, listening to the countries in the previous round. Here, the teams of Argentina, of UN Women and Nepal, we are here in the room presiding all together with President Maxina. We are thrilled for everything that meets this agreement and this regional agenda that is deep and ambitious. So the commitment of Buenos Aires, but also during last year, we adopted the digital agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean. So we have two agendas that match, and we're going to be working on them in these two subsidiary bodies in the region. But where are we starting from? From very a basis that is has a lack of inequalities. 244 million inhabitants that do not have internet in Latin America and the Caribbean. We have less than half of the population with digital capacity, and less than 9% of the population of a region that has the necessary skills to develop complex activities, to schedule, to configure some softwares, among others. The intersectionality of this region that renames and talks about over and over about the fact that there's not only equality of genders, but they do intersect that. Here we have chosen one of them. You can see it on the screen. The 68% of urban households had current internet connection in the year 2018, but only the 23% of rural households had. Here we have a huge challenge ahead. And then on the right, you can see the data that we've been working on and producing in the region with the countries where we have information that is 4 out of 10 women in the region is not connected or cannot cause a connectivity.
So this is a digital divide that affects men and women in the region. But of course, women experience the worst conditions, both in terms of access as well as internet service and the lack of adequate devices, or insufficient data. Something that the document portrays is not only access, we also need to talk about skills. And we've been working with UNESCO databases, and what they show is, first of all, is that there are just a few countries for which we find data. So it's a huge challenge building the data, the statistics on social matters, on digital skills, access broken down by gender. For those countries for which we have data, shows in all the different competencies that have been discussed, and you have it in the document in further detail, and therefore I won't dwell on this discussing each competency, but what basically they show is that there's a gap in all the competencies that are being portrayed. There's a difference between men and women. We are talking about percentages of people with competencies that are between 10 and 25 or 20%. There's a significant difference, but in all skills that are analyzed and in all the countries that are discussed, there's a bigger difference to the detriment of women. So, dear friends, this is an early warning. If we do not do something, if we do not correct this with affirmative action type of actions, um, this gap, this divide will not be overcome. It's an uneven ground, and we are also going through the analysis, and we, of course, we need to apply the intersectionality element for rural women, and also many times women who have certain links with Afro-descendant peoples or indigenous peoples, the ones that are more disadvantaged. So this is a paradox. This is a region that made significant progress in education, access to women and girls increased. In fact, women's higher education completion rate, 6.1 percentage points, um, compared to men. Many countries have gone beyond parity in terms of education, in terms of tertiary education. Women are getting better grades, better average assessments, but this is not translated into the labor market, job creation. Only one out of two women in Latin America and the Caribbean are part of the labor market. So it's a talent leakage, huge loss of capacity, of course, that has to do with economic autonomy, physical autonomy, and the decision making. That is such a concern in the regional gender agenda. In the case of men, we are talking about 1 out of 4. And besides, women, because of type of jobs they got, they lost a significant share during the pandemic. But not only when we discuss science and technology, do we start seeing that although women may be educated, there's still segregation. Um, Only 40% in the areas of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. For example, when we cover ICT, this is even worse because these are the future technologies, or even of the present. Only 18% of women. The Executive Secretary, Mr. Salazar, already mentioned that during his opening remarks. Only 18% of university programs in terms of technology and information are occupied by women. We're going to hold a discussion later on about that. And this is the data of the countries for which we do have information. Even though we have made progress in terms of education, definitely there's a gap in terms of STEM programs, according to its acronym in English. And what we have done here is to run an analysis of inequality nodes as part of the digital ecosystem. I am not going to delve into details of each one of them because the document provides you with detail. But we have already said that socioeconomic inequality and poverty uh, relate to the fact that lowest income households have more limited access and less use and internet service, and there are many more gaps in terms of social and labor insertion. Um, um, Care organization, that means that household work and care work becomes a barrier in education for women, and also in terms of time, because women uh, devote time to learning of ICTs and STEM areas. And many women who actually graduate from university programs in STEM, and in many times in those first years that are so important for their career paths, the overload of care that women mostly assume in the region uh, prevents them from making progress in their own career paths or academic paths uh, as quickly as women. This is an invisible tax, if you wish, that we women pay. Additionally, time, resources, and the loss of opportunities. Power concentration, not only in terms of programs, but many of the leaders and programs in universities and also businesses are male leaders. There are just a few models we followed. Many times, well, this of course requires lots of bias analysis in terms of how knowledge is produced, for example. But what we say here is clearly on the document is that technology is not neutral, just as the economy is not neutral and society is not neutral either. And we need to look at all this, including artificial intelligence and most modern breakthroughs in terms of machine learning and others with a gender lens, because algorithms are not neutral either. And definitely, sociocultural patterns of discriminatory violence that I will cover next, um, stereotypes that cause girls since an early age do have biases. They do not receive support in the STEM areas, for example. And they are somewhat convinced to a certain extent that these types of things are more geared towards masculine roles. So we are in a bind. Technologies are creating jobs, however, mm, women are not there. But for that, in those jobs where women take part, 60% of women are in lower production areas, especially in service areas, mostly providing services in the manufacturing industry, tourism, and others that have been greatly impacted by the pandemic. We already said this at the beginning. We worry about this figure that 27% of the jobs, also considering women, are the ones that may be substituted by technology. So we are not in the digital ecosystem, and we are performing jobs in a high level of risk of being substituted or replaced. And we also said that 76% of care duty in the region, or the economic value in care duty in the region, is provided by women three more times. Women spend three more times their time in providing this care, and a high percentage of them declare that they are not a part of the labor market. So this is a whole issue, uh, and our teams have done a great job in collecting the data. As I said, it's not very abundant what we have in the region. And the other topic that is systematic in our region and is presented in our conferences is the continuum of violence. We heard this during the opening remarks. Inside and outside the digital realm, there's a continuum of violence that has been generated, created. The pandemic has created even bigger context to violence. The social network contracts, for example, the lack of governance and regulation thereof causes it to be even more difficult. We are concerned in the region about the situation that human rights advocates suffer, female politicians, public leaders, female communicators, the LGBT community, Q plus community. So the hatred discourse, the Secretary General has uh, warned us that we should be careful with the xenophobic and racist comments and sexism or that sexualize women in a public space, for example. And there's very symbolic and structural and systemic violence against women. So we have an issue of access. 4 out of 10 women are not connected. An issue of use, lack of digital skills, especially the most advanced digital skills. There's an issue with the ownership. There's a limited participation of women on aspects related to markets, platforms, labor markets, online markets, or access to educational services, social services, and financial services. And the development is even lower. The presence of women who are doing computer programming or that are doing inventions in the document. You'll find data, for example, in the patent teams. You'll find only few women as part of the patent world, and also in terms of the fact that violence hinders them from accessing the ecosystems. Of course, the developments in terms of artificial intelligence or robotics are even more paradigmatic in that sense. And now I'd like to offer the floor to my colleague Cecilia Alemani. She will continue with the presentation.
Gracias, Ana.
Well, thank you, Anna, and I want to thank the teams also from CEPAL and UN Women, UNESCO, and also Ernesto Fernandez, the director of the Regional Science Office at UNESCO, and also director for Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay that will join this debate in a few more minutes. Just to close this joint presentation by emphasizing the response to all of these challenges that Anna has just shared with us, that obviously are in more detail in the document, but I think that the data has nonetheless given important information. Now, we do have a set of recommendations you can see here, 8 groups, we can say 8 clusters of recommendations that we're going to summarize so that we can later then have a debate. But we can start, go addressing them one by one. The first one is that we need to incorporate the gender perspective in the transformation of the productive matrix and the digital transformation of the dynamic sectors of the economy. This in response to many of the problems that we just presented, developing inclusive digital ecosystems that will allow or that will guarantee gender equality, correcting these inequalities we have already seen. And this is translated in science and technology policies that have a gender perspective. And some countries have made an important progress, Argentina, Costa Rica, Chile, but obviously there's more investment required in R&D with gender perspective, and also the promotion of the digital industries and their policies in all the sectors in the economy, with a perspective that truly allows for the recognition of these inequalities. The second recommendation in this first group is to truly take advantage of this digital transformation in order to build an inclusive digital society. And the Regional Alliance for the Digitalization of Women in Latin America is precisely the space that we have given ourselves and which has been led by Chile, as was mentioned by Luz Vidal. The second cluster of recommendations has to do with this connection between the design of the comprehensive universal care systems in the promotion of greater digital inclusion for women. We do have the roadmap that was established by the Buenos Aires commitment, but the emphasis here is how can we consider the different components that make up a comprehensive care system by taking advantage of the benefits of the digital era, and how to develop a governance model for these care systems that are being created. We've heard from the different countries on the progress that have been made, but also with the interinstitutional articulation supported by digitalization. Now, undoubtedly, we can have more digital solutions being implemented, platforms that expand coverage, professional training for caregivers, but also This must go hand in hand with other initiatives that will allow us to move forward as a part of the value chain of caregiving, SMEs, co-ops, among others. Now, obviously, these women have got to be taken care of because if they're working through online platforms, we have to make sure that their rights are well overseen. This is something that we will look into when we look at the third and fourth bundle. So the third cluster of recommendations is to focus or to reduce the digital gender gap with the promotion of the autonomy and participation of women in order to make access more universal. One of the initiatives which has been led by ECLAC has been the basic digital basket, and some countries in the region have made some progress in this sense also. Now, we obviously need to increase the network coverage and quality, especially in those areas that are remote and that are neglected in order to reduce the digital gender gap. There are many initiatives taking place from lower fares that favor the connectivity of women or connectivity in rural areas. This goes hand in hand with open digital governments because it has to do with active citizens' participation. The fourth recommendation cluster has to do with violence-related topics, but also with a positive agenda. That is to say, promoting digital trust and security for women and girls and to ensure their rights. Here we have to make sure that the regulatory frameworks that are applied and that are ever more present and ever more mature in the region for the implementation against violence also include preventions in order to prevent, to prepare in the case of any online violence. We really need to fine tune this and how to respond against violence with the tools that we already have, the traditional tools, and also these new digital ones, including cooperation between the different prosecutors, the gender prosecutors office, and also a different approach. For example, many countries are carrying out training in the justice system, but we are learning by responding to the problem. That is to say, we're already late when it comes to violence against the girls online. We have to then to promote training on digital citizenship for a safer access and use of technology. Now, obviously, we are falling short of information. In all of our countries, we do not yet have data sovereignty, but neither do we have the quality of the data, not only to measure how we're moving forward in this digital society, but also how we protect rights and how we can respond and reduce impunity towards online gender violence. Bundle number five. Bundle number five is transformation of education. We're going to hear to Ernesto Fernandez from UNESCO go deeper into this, and this is based on the work that UNESCO is carrying out in the region. And the first thing is to make sure that the digital transformation systems in education allow to renew education in the region with gender perspective. We could say that we have to include a gender perspective is throughout all of education, but especially in the digital education. The second line of proposals that have been broken down and are in more detail in the document have to do precisely with this support during education, during the programs that Anna talked about, and the permanent graduation of girls, adolescents, and women in STEM areas, science, technology, engineering, and math, and their projection in their labor insertion. We can see then that we need to move forward and we need to come to agreements in the region in recreation, access, reuse, conversion, adaptation, and redistribution of the inclusive and equitable open educational resources, OER, that are accessible with gender perspective. This for formal and non-formal education, but also for technical and professional education. Now, this vision of the change in the competencies required, given the digital skills that are expected to be known, must also involve lifelong learning in order to make sure that not only the new generations, but also those who are moving forward in their labor life can continue developing improvements and inserting themselves in this new digital economy that we're trying to respond to. And obviously, with a certain delay from the different countries. There's six group of proposals, and we're coming to the last ones because remember that it's only 8, has to do with work and how we can guarantee the rights of women to work and at work, especially in digital platform and employment, which have obviously grown given the pandemic. But how can we correct those effects of labor segregation, and how can we have more digital inclusion with active digital policies so that we can have the corresponding frameworks in order to guarantee this right, to prevent the precarious and atypical and emerging forms of employment. And we need to make sure that the platform international, transnational companies do not change the labor relationship and do not weaken the collective approach towards the creation of unions, or that they respect the national frameworks for the regulation of the relationships at work. And lastly, in this same bundle, the last group of proposals have to do with how to connect this digital employment approach with the fiscal and financial approach, with a gender review that allows us to move forward in this new digital economy. This has to do with moving towards accessible financial policies, including fintech, that can also respond to principles of equality and women's labor rights to move forward in the agenda, and the fiscal cooperation, both in the region and internationally, in order to address financial evasion and financial illegal flows of money, have to do with digital progress. When we discuss digital budgets, decrease in fiscal evasion and increase in the collection of money in order to move forward in the digital economy is a priority. And number 7 is also important because it has to do with governance, how we can make sure that we have data governance and with multi-sectorial alliances that can help us move forward in the sustainable development goals. On this scope, then, until not so long ago, there was a clear idea that the digital sector was so dynamic that the lack of governance was good in itself. And I believe that we've overcome that, and that these increase in violence, but also the management and the property of the data and how this affects privacy and other rights have left it an important fertile ground for the development of certain regulations in order to strengthen the governance of the digital ecosystems with gender perspective. Several countries in the region have made important innovations in this. We think that cooperation and multi-sectorial alliances and partnerships with the protection of rights is important. And obviously, this does not mean hampering technology, but rather correcting the biases that are created. This is one of the solutions, and we're going to hear a little bit more about this later on today. And the very last group of proposals have to do with how to produce information to make visible the situation of women in their full diversity in the context of innovation and digital transformation processes. And what we are saying here is that in order to address this inequality from the starting point, but also the participation of the larger productive sectors that are more technology intensive, have to do with having more information, moving forward in digital skills, the participation of women in the different educational levels, a professional training, and also access towards this intersectorial approach. We require more partnerships, more statistical analysis, more information, but also guaranteeing the necessary budget to address this. And it is important and to remember that the Santiago commitment that we reached in this very room at the beginning of 2020 already talked about the promotion of these financial education and digital strategies for entrepreneurship and trading adapted to the different realities of our region. That is to say, rural women, Afro-descendant, native peoples, and also this intersection between digitalization, human mobilization, the rural world, which includes how women like migrants and refugees are participating in this. This was very clear with the Buenos Aires commitments. With this, we would like to close this presentation so that we can hear the rest of the panel and discuss the experience from the different organizations and institutions, and which will be addressed in a minute now.
Muchas gracias, Ceci.
Thank you very much, Cecilia, for the document you have just really represent all the coordinated works of the United Nations, and we will continue with the first panel that I have to present and have to do with the promotion of education trajectories of children and women in the area of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics within the context of the digital era. We will have the pleasure of listening to distinguished people, but I just wanted to talk about some very short things and tell you that no doubt that technology represents a means and a channel for the social and economical development of our work, of our world. In fact, the growth of ICTs, the information software, progresses so quickly that we know that, in particular in our region, the access of new technologies is unequal, and the new devices access, such as the smartphones or computers or network, and the knowledge to develop skills is conditioned by other social and gender inequalities. The territories of the margins, the poor, definitely do not have access to it. And women and LGTB plus, they do not have the same opportunities as men to work and to be incorporated in the technological world. So this clearly has to do with economic position. Women and trans populations are structurally poorer than men. And this makes it possible to close some other gaps, such as the digital divide, but this is sustained based on cultural issues. We were told before that women could go to mathematics, engineering, etc., which was a real possibility. Culturally, it is not yet fostered that these could be the champions of the technology area. The experiences such as integral education, which is a law from in Argentina from 2006, we just wanted to continue with this and to disentangle all the cultural entanglement that we used to have there, that the development and the challenges of behavior. So with pandemics, we realized that the impact of the pandemic was much bigger on women and trans people compared to men, and the digital divide grew. So we needed to have public policies and actions which are inclusive in order to narrow those gaps. That is why this debate is important. This narrative describes clearly the importance of addressing this problem area and to consolidate a regional position in order to take this to the international scenario. we have the political responsibility of making these policies with the perspective of gender and diversity, giving guidelines on a common basis, sustaining all the efforts through the schooling of women and girls and trans people, including them into the digital world. We have now distinguished panel members that will share their methodological tools and conceptual ones as well. So I just want to inaugurate this first panel, and I wish, obviously, good luck for these 2 days of work. We're going to introduce the panel members. First of all, we have Tamika Benjamin, National Government Representative on Mathematics, representing Jamaica. We'll listen to you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to join you on behalf of our Minister of Education and Youth, Mrs. the Honorable Favour Williams, and I'm just presenting on her behalf. Unfortunately, she is not well today. I'm really excited at what this means for preparing Jamaican female students for current and emerging jobs, as well as in helping them to develop their own my apologies. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this very important forum. I'm happy to join in today's discussions as we explore STEM education in Jamaica and how this can better prepare our female students for current and new careers in this digital age. It is even more important and appropriate at this time, as right now in Jamaica, we are also observing National Career Week. Here in Jamaica, the Ministry of Education and Youth is making a concerted effort to encourage more students to pursue STEM courses, and that means that more girls are being encouraged to enter the field and see that this is a desirable career path. Our young girls should never give in to the narrative that being a female somehow limits one from pursuing a career in science and technology. Now more than ever, our girls should be encouraged to move into areas previously dominated by men. Within this context, I welcome today's conference as a great platform through which greater synergies may be created to get more of our young ladies involved in ICT and STEM, and to increase awareness and provide mentorship. The importance of education that engages and nurtures students' interests in science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics to the economic growth of a nation is widely accepted. This has been the focal point of many research efforts because it is perceived as essential to a country's ability to respond to the global environment, produce a competent 21st century workforce, and continue to create innovations that contribute to the quality of life. Last year, October, we initiated a landmarking ceremony, which was a significant step forward for the government of Jamaica's efforts to engage and develop students' interests in science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics through the development of Jamaica's first STEAM Academy. This is central to the continuing transformation of our education system, which is focused on making one fit for purpose for our 21st century society and to propel the national strategy for education development through the advancement and mainstreaming of STEAM education at the secondary level. I'm really excited at what this means for preparing Jamaican female students for current and emerging jobs, as well as in helping them to develop their own innovative and critical thinking skills to carve new niches for themselves, their families, and communities. Within this context, the Ministry of Education and Youth has identified increasing the number of students pursuing STEM education as a national imperative. This is out of a recognition of the urgent need to increase the level of innovation and critical thinking skills which are required for future careers and economic advancement in Jamaica. At the same time, We recognize the importance of investing in liberal arts education, given the interdependence on the input of the creative imagination with science-based skills. In that regard, to meet any one part of or all of the aims and objectives of STEAM education, there must be educated and trainable people who can adapt to the changing environment and its requirements. Among the general objectives of the STEAM School project are increasing student access to quality secondary school places, improving systems and capacity to successfully implement STEAM programs, improving the management of school plans, human and capital resources, improving ICT infrastructure and access for educators, students, and related stakeholders, and improving school efficiency and administration by establishing a suitable school management framework. When this first academy is completed, we expect to enroll some 2,400 students. The transformation of the education system is therefore indispensable in developing a STEAM learning culture. Educational institutions must lay the groundwork for the effective integration of STEAM as we move to provide opportunities for the professional development of our citizens and increase productivity. Clearly, to meet any one part of or all of the aims and objectives of STEAM education, there must be educated and trainable people who can adapt to the changing environment and its requirements. The education system is therefore indispensable in developing a STEAM learning culture, and our educational institutions must lay the groundwork for the effective integration of STEAM as we move to provide opportunities for the professional development of our citizens. If we are to focus on the rapid developments in information and communication technology and its impact on how we live, entertain ourselves, and do business, we must recognize that greater focus on this area is critical to preparing our students to participate in today's and future educational and economic development. Indeed, ICT is not just a subject to be taught and learned, but a tool to advance teaching and learning. As researchers in several countries have pointed out, ICT enhanced learning can provide ICT enhanced learning can provide new opportunities to explore high-level cognitive activities such as creativity, problem solving, and teamwork, while providing teachers with the means to take into account individual needs of students, especially using web-based technologies. Our ministry recently graduated our first cohort of students who participated in our Coding in Schools program. This program was embraced with great enthusiasm, and we want to see this sustained as we prepare our students to take their place in the global community. At the same time, we must address basic literacy and numeracy skills. Efforts at pushing STEAM learning will continue to be undermined if secondary level students are still struggling with reading comprehension and mathematics. To address this, we have introduced the specialist subject teacher model at the primary level, where we are seeking to strengthen the teaching and learning of English language and mathematics by deploying specialist teachers instead of generalists to teach these critical core subject areas. In addition, under the new National Standards curriculum for the grades 1 to 9 levels, which seeks to improve the general academic performance, attitude, and behavior of students, emphasis is being placed on project-based learning and problem solving with science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and the arts being integrated at all levels. So with reference to today's focus, we can say the Ministry of Education and Youth is already implementing, as part of its strategic priorities, the broad embrace of STEAM education, not just as discrete subjects to be taught. We also recognize that if we are to provide our young people with world-class STEAM education, then our teachers must have access to high-quality training and professional development programs and resources. Assessments administered by the Ministry of Education and Youth reveal that many primary level students are performing below acceptable standards in mathematics and science. With the learning loss resulting from the closure of schools amidst the COVID-19 pandemic, we still have a lot of catching up to do. We are also looking at additional activities aimed at developing and nurturing STEM talent and interest through immersion in STEM experiences at the primary level to strengthen the efforts already made. If we are to increase STEM enrollment at the tertiary level, we have to be deliberate in cultivating STEM talent and interest at the very early stages of our education system. The government of Jamaica will continue to provide the necessary support to help girls and young women harness their skills in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. The time for us has come for us to change this reality and build a robust legacy of women in STEM to fuel the next generation of girls. With the challenges of climate change, food security, poverty, and diseases such as COVID-19, ensuring that girls and women have equal access to opportunities in STEM is critical to ensuring a brighter future. The achievement of women in STEM fields should be amplified to inspire more girls to bridge the gender gap and shatter stereotypes. We're taking the necessary steps to make their dreams a reality. Thank you.
Muchas gracias por la intervención.
Thank you very much, Benjamin. Now Ernesto Fernandez Pelcuch, head of the Regional Office of Science of UNESCO for Latin America and the Caribbean, representative of UNESCO in Argentina, Uruguay, and Paraguay. Ernesto, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. First of all, Minister Massina, thank you very much. Ana Güemes, Cecilia Alemani, it is an honor, a special honor for me to be here for the first time as part of the presiding officers of the Regional Conference on Women, Latin America, and the Caribbean. And this has a special touch and flavor because it's an honor. And I pride myself on being able to take part, although briefly, about this topic that relates gender, science, and technology as we define it in UNESCO. First of all, because gender is a global priority for UNESCO. Gender equality is a priority in all UNESCO actions across the board. It's one of our two global priorities. Is gender and Africa, and two completely different sections. But they cut across all we do, and in Montevideo, as a regional science office, we consider gender, science, and technology as the core of our work. And sometimes when we reflect on gender equality, science, technology, sometimes I talk about the three main pillars we use when we work on gender equality, science, and technology. First, access to science and gender equality as human rights, and both of them. We should not forget that Article 27 of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights states that everyone has the right to participate in the scientific progress and benefits thereof. Science as a human right sometimes is neglected by us. This discussion is based on human rights. The second part is in terms of the SDGs of the 2030 agenda. More science is needed, and we cannot do away with an important part of humanity. Of course, if we want to approach or achieve SDGs, the SDG number 9 introduces one indicator, the number of researchers female researchers and male researchers. And the third one that we sometimes forget is that having more women in science renders a better science. There's a need for this diversity of visions in order to improve science, to achieve better quality science, but also reflecting uh, diversity in mankind, in gendered innovations, as we called it in English. The gender perspective in innovation in science and technology has an impact on the science content, not only the engagement of women in science, but also um, an engagement in order to improve it. Starting from that premise, those three premises, the other issue in terms of gender equality in science, it's a systemic problem. It's not only one side of things, and we saw it in this very thorough report, touching on 8 different solution packages, if you wish, for the purposes of policymaking, of public policy making towards gender equality. We have broken down this topic into 7 aspects. One that we call social standards and stereotypes. That is one of the standard nodes or structural nodes that Anna Wemmes mentioned at the beginning. The issue of primary and secondary education, tertiary education as a separate entity with its own challenges, career path, and that is reflected in 5.2 in the package that Cecilia mentioned. Practice and content of research, the ability to set priorities in research and the research approaches by women in the engagement of women in science policy making decision. The more ministers and the more female chairs of national science councils, and the role of women in entrepreneurship and innovation. That opens up a number of issues related to public policy involving other stakeholders that are needed to address these problems. UNESCO, in one of its core aspects in what we work on in this field, is also referring to package number 8, which is data. Trying to produce more and better data for decision making. This is a priority. Anna mentioned this. UNESCO reports are used as a source or as an input for the report that was just submitted, and it is for us a major priority. Not only the data, but reports like this cracking the code, as we say, when we talk about the role of women in science education and many others, the World Report on Science, the Saga report, but there are many other aspects, such as stating the role models needed among women, for example, through the L'Oreal UNESCO Award of Women in Science, which is the oldest partnership between the United Nations organization and a business. Throughout the entire United Nations system, the alliance between L'Oreal and UNESCO in order to promote women in science is the oldest partnership. So we see there, and it was mentioned at some point, the importance of these partnerships. I believe it was package number 7 that Cecilia mentioned, and also the importance of academia, the UNESCO chair, science and technology at Flaxo, and others that work on this topic. Somehow the role of UNESCO has been to provide information and to food for thought. And we're trying to understand as well what other stakeholders are involved. And we have recently launched in 17 countries in the region a program, STEM, gender-based initiative, to check what civil society is doing in this regard. And with the snowball effect method, it's not a very strict sociological term. It's a way of getting more information. We have detected more than 154 initiatives in 17 countries. Many of them, the great majority of those, are national realities initiatives. NGOs and universities are the main stakeholders. We are talking about uh, uh, processes like the ones Jimena described and other processes that happen in civil society. And the invitation to all of you is to be in touch in case there's an initiative that you'd like to showcase, to then come up with an agreement among all these actors and to find where we have other stakeholders, where action is needed and where civil society can contribute to face these inequalities. This is what I wanted to say. I won't take up any more of your time. Thank you very much. And just to reiterate the importance of regulatory aspects at UNESCO, we have submitted three global recommendations, one of them about AI ethics. Gender in AI is at the core, and the role of the United Nations in that sense, from the regulatory point of view, is seen as a contribution to this debate, and we are available to hold that discussion. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Ernesto.
Thank you, Ernesto, for your remarks. And I'd like to offer the floor to Jimena Cruz, co-creator of Tecnolatinas. The floor is yours. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to be part of this panel. And I'd like to share with you that after the pandemic, several negative aspects and gaps arise in the digital world as well as in the gender aspect that set a precedent somehow because of the situation, many people were faced with limited access to internet service or in terms of how to interact or communicate with people. And one of them has been from the gender perspective, how we as women have taken certain activities, creating exhaustion, both physically, mentally, as well as the number of responsibilities that were not as visible as before. Because part of that has been reflected in the fact that being part of diverse teams causes productivity and teamwork, as well as technology development to be more efficient and provide opportunities to the whole community. In order to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, what we need soft skills as well as hard skills. STEM, for example, for digital transformation to be a reality, we need to achieve these objectives. So that's why, regarding those difficulties and needs, that was the origin and the growth of Latinas, where we try to amplify and empower more voices of anyone who is identified as a Latin woman in technology. We open up to communities and we open up to different roles in order to receive experiences, not only Mexico, Colombia, Peru, Argentina, but also from Europe and Australia that are also part of our community, all of them focused on science and technology, in which each one of the volunteers and members, uh, by organizing different activities, we intend to empower women through academic, professional, and personal development, also using both internal and external channels of communication with the community, and among them to use them to motivate and encourage women in their own projects and other projects focused on community work. And finally, strengthening the ecosystem of communities that exist in Latin America. It is worthwhile noting that those communities have been working for years. They date back to 2012, but technology has been a major driver. But unlike today, we did not see that level of diversity for that community of women and more women uh, that make their contribution to the development of
the engineering studies, mathematics and sciences of a rate percent that is like 50%. For example, the 3% are women. Most of them they're men, those that are in that area. And another problem is that if we talk about technology and access to virtuality, our indigenous territories, they're very far away because the thing here is that we don't have access to education. The spaces, they are very much decreased. So once many things are dealt with, we can guarantee the virtual access to the territories, communities, among others. So other young people and can have this type of access in these spaces that are so important, and that will help us to limit our knowledge to so our work can arrive where it needs to be. Another difficulty that we have, and it's very big, is the inclusion of young women in innovation. We have closed many things, and this has turned out to be matters of men. And in the reality, when we are of support and we are there, we see big results. And this is also a call to our sisters. So we are not left behind, and we are not victims of this criticism that limits us, because we're very able to achieve that and to bring great ideas, those that we have them right now, and women and others are seeing the NASA as well. And this is a motivation. We have to create the policies of inclusion that are effective. That is not only the matter of creating this policy, but having the warranty that these are brought to the territory where we have territories when we listen to women. We have achievements as the inclusion in the governments, that is clear. We have a great experience in regional conference of women that we had in Argentina, many women representing us, and then something that we need to be proud of because it's an achievement. Then we have the recognition of the skills of women. A colleague of us was talking about that before. That is very important. But it is about also the importance. The importance of this means that the network of the internet gets to the places where they need to get, so all of our young people may learn. This is how we minimize violence with education, personal education. Our women, they have to get out their territories with great challenges of these concrete forests, as it is usually called, far away from their families and beliefs. And so it is taken to the lack of discrimination, physical violence, emotional, among others. So there are great and many challenges ahead with which they introduce our young indigenous people, and we see this with a lot of worry, and also having an extra reason to work on that. And they feel empowered from our autonomy and our identity, so they can be independent. And for the fact of being independent, we generate less violence at home because the women they feel more sure about themselves and things that happen in policies, for example, that is for men many times the improvements, the wages, everything. We see that there's a lack of discrimination that is the same, and it's very easy to see matters of wages with a women even until then. So we have to reach, and we have to get where we need to get. And this is what happens when we don't recognize the value of our women, and we have to start with that from the very moment when they're girls. And this has not been recognized. This has been forgotten. The area of education, we can say that at the end, most of the children they don't have education because many times they have to stay at home and they need to help their mothers helping at home and doing these type of things. So these are things that we need to be taken into account, and they have to be something important so they get to that. That is a great announcement, and we are that in the moment of the area of uniting efforts and uniting other things and of these things. This should be in the context of what we're doing now, what we're working now, and we're following the analysis of the sectors and all of our things. How our human rights are going? How are we suffering our young people? What are we doing? We don't have the opportunity to be. We have access. We don't have the means. We don't have a computer. We don't have a telephone. These are the main things. How do we do that? And for our territory. And that can be a part of our traditions, of our tasks, of the people that are going to get there. We need to analyze all these items, all these things.
Muchísimas gracias por.
Thank you so much for your participation. And now it's time to open the floor for the interventions of the delegations in case they have any.
Perfecto.
Okay, there we go. Before opening the floor to these participations, we're going to show the video of Manita Castillo of Minister of Social Development. Greetings to the Executive Secretary of the ECLAC, Manuel Salazar, our dear President of UN Women, the President of the Regional Conference on Women of Latin America and the Caribbean, Ariel Massime, Minister of Genders and Diversity of Argentina, Ana Westmes, she's a Director of Gender of the ECLAC, and all the ministers and authorities of the region. Friends, all greetings. Well, in summary, the gender gap reduces the possibilities of innovation and new perspectives to tackle the future and present challenges, to ensure the learning process over the life and the education of quality for girls and women in agreement to the technological advances and scientific advances as well is one of the areas of worry that poses the action platform of Beijing as well as the development of a sustainable objective. And let us not forget that the factors that limit the access of women and girls are several, and we have to fight against them. Among these factors, we can mention the stereotypes that are associated to the scientific and technological part and the lack of motivation. And what about the lack of visibility of model roles? Sally Wright said that you cannot be what you cannot see. Facing this reality, it is necessary that all these playing parts and all the stakeholders, we develop this an idea to really motivate them so children can decide in freedom and they can be a real part in the construction of a real sustainable development. So on this regard, I would like to share in this moment now some actions that we're boosting in Panama with the intention of promoting the educational actions in girls, women, and young in the area of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. At the level of the public policy, I would love to mention that currently we are designing the public policy of gender in science, technology, and innovation for the equality between men and women in the training, in the studies, employment, and research initiations that are guided by the National System of Science and Technology and Innovation of Panama. To make this possible, we're working in an analysis of situation of the women in Panama that will allow us to identify the gaps on gender in the STEAM sector, as well as determining which are the improvements required to boost this standard framework at a national level, underlining the obligations that the organizations have at the public level as the private sector in the eradication of the lack of equality in the gender and technologies. At the end of this process, Panama will have a strategic framework in terms of objectives and actions that are responsible as an action plan twice per month with the evaluation of the politics in the framework of education and early development in the childhood from the social development minister as dean of the primary childhood, and with the dispatch of the first lady we have initiated a STEAM pilot in training with new technologies and checks in this idea of doing other games in this learning process. And we feel that is key due to the feeling that the children have when they discover themselves, their surroundings, and for not being feared to experiment. Likewise, the Ministry of Education is promoting the digital transportation of education, for which last April 2022, the law 294 was passed, which guarantees the access to the internet, promotes the STEAM education, and seeks to promote a national plan of basic services for educational centers, among which the technology is highlighted as a tool to accelerate and support the learning. In the same line, Panama will host this year the World Robotics Olympiad, a competition aimed at teams of children and young people aged between 8 and 19 years who measure their knowledge using the education STEAM through educational robotics in order to solve the various challenges that promote the logical thinking, the creativity, and their ability to solve problems in a fun and exciting way. So we invite your countries to participate and we hope to see you in Panama. Likewise, in alliance with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we carry out a specific calls for STEAM areas with key embassies such as Canada and France, among others. And we also provide scholarships for such careers. In terms of visibility, the International Center for Political and Social Studies, CIEPS, a public interest association in Panama, with the vision of producing knowledge in the field of social sciences, launched the Pioneers in Science in Panama initiative. This consists of a rigorous biographical research that aims to make visible the contributions of the first women scientists in Panama and raise awareness about their existence and relevance. The first edition includes the life and work of 24 pioneering women scientists in Panama in different areas of knowledge, such as social sciences, medicine, agriculture, natural sciences, engineering, architecture, and humanities. And also, on the other hand, in terms of public-private alliances, the Panama Gender Parity Initiative has been promoting the I'm a Woman STEAM. This campaign has as an incentive to encourage girls and young women to pursue these careers and opportunity. This campaign involves both public actors as well as private enterprise and seeks to generate actions at the level of communication, highlighting women who have developed in this field as a way of motivation, as well as at the level of the development of own activities such as boot camps with the intention of promoting the interest of girls in science and in a playful way. Finally, I would like also to mention private sector initiatives where Panamanian companies are developing specific initiatives for this. And within which I mentioned the strategy of burn companies to raise awareness among girls, young women and families to awaken interest and vocations towards STEAM disciplines, as well as Copa Airlines, which has developed initiatives such as ALAS and the ATA Academy, through which it seeks to increase the participation and maintenance of women's employment in non-traditional professions as pilots and aeronautical technicians. A MasterCard with its flagship Girls for Tech initiative, which is also being implemented in Panama. Let us not forget that girls and young women must be invited to have fun, to explore, to try, and to be sure that they have the right to achieve whatever they want, that they're strong, they're capable and intelligent girls that have the power to contribute to the construction of a better society. Once again, I reiterate Panama's commitment to continue working to eliminate all the gaps that prevent the full participation of our women, young women and girls, because investing in them is transforming the world. Thank you very much. Okay, now it's time to open the floor for the interventions of the delegations, and we're going to ask please to just take 2 minutes each, please, so we have room for all the interventions. We're going to give the room now to the OECD, Ulrich Knudsen. He's a general attached secretary of the OECD, and he's a championship of the gender equality in OECD, who will listen to you now.
Thank you very much, Chair, UN Women and the government of Argentina for inviting the OECD to participate in this important and very timely discussion. And good evening all here from Paris. This conference comes just one day after the annual Day of Women and Girls in Science, and ahead of the CSW 67, where innovation, technological change, and education in the digital age for gender equality will be a priority theme. As the OECD's gender champion, I'm delighted to share with you tonight some of the lessons learned on closing gender gaps in a technological age. These are from OECD countries, but I'm sure that they could still be very useful for the LAC region as well. The need for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, or so-called STEM skills, is growing in all sectors, and we simply must empower, as it has been said earlier tonight, we must empower women and girls with the right skills to succeed in a digital world. Having more girls in STEM fields matters, at least on 2 levels with significant implications for economic development and the empowerment of women and girls. First, STEM skills are not only the future of work, but the actual skills our economies need right now. Second, when girls miss out on acquiring STEM skills, this negatively affects their career choices and labor market prospects. STEM careers offer better paid employment opportunities and are currently widening the gender pay gap. So you may ask, why then are fewer girls choosing STEM pathways at school and as a career? Our evidence-based analysis demonstrates that career expectations often have less to do actually with capacity and talent and are more based on underlying factors that shape motivation and aspiration. That includes gender stereotypes in early education. OECD PISA results show that despite similar performance in science and mathematics at school, there is a marked difference in career expectations. For example, boys are 3 times more likely to expect to become engineers or computer scientists than girls. This is then later reflected also in their choices at tertiary education, where less than 15% of women choose STEM careers compared to 40% of men, so 15 v 40. Even when women graduate from scientific fields of study, they are much less likely to work as professionals in these fields. For instance, among OECD graduates with science degrees, 71% of men, but only 43% of women work as professionals in physics, mathematics, and engineering. The good news is that governments actually can take real action to help close the gender STEM gap and empower girls to pursue careers in this field. This involves taking a whole of society approach and addressing bias and the transmission of gender stereotypes. This can be done by, for example, incorporating gender equality into schools' curricula and teaching practices in education and beyond. This is what the OECD NINA STEM initiative is about. In partnership with Mexico, the NINA STEM program encourages girls' interests in STEM fields and careers. It does this by emphasizing female mentorship and by training teachers to avoid transmitting gender stereotypes. It also provides girls with the tools and knowledge needed to shape their future in whichever direction they desire. Finally, before I end, I'd like to just take this opportunity to congratulate you on the Buenos Aires commitment and the attention it pays to the importance of care. This is at the heart of our economies and societies and really must be more widely valued and recognized. The OECD series called Gender Equality Towards Better Sharing of Paid and Unpaid Work provides rather important insights on how Latin American and Caribbean countries such as Chile, Peru, Colombia, and Costa Rica can adopt new and efficient policies to reduce the disproportionate care burden of women and girls, allowing them more time for education, training, and better participation in the labor market. So let me conclude by wishing you productive discussions and a very successful CSW 67. You can certainly count on the OECD support in empowering women and girls in Latin America and Caribbean, and of course, all around the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you to
the representative of OCDE. I would like to give the floor now to the representative of Aruba. I would like to check if the delegation is online. Okay. Como no veo a la delegación.
Since I don't see the Aruba delegation connected, we're going to take a look at the video sent from Marta Delgado, Bilateral Affairs from Mexico. She has sent a video, and after that, then the delegate from Mexico will have the floor. Welcome to the ministers and senior authorities for this work in the progress of Latin America and women in the Caribbean. Also, I would like to greet ICLAC, in particular the Division of Gender Affairs, and it's a pleasure to be with you in this special meeting prior to the 67th meeting on the Commission on the Status of Women, that is to say CSW 67. This is going to be a very important space in order to exchange opinions on topics that will be addressed in the CSW and to consolidate and advance a platform in order to achieve gender equality and to promote women's, adolescents and girls' humans' rights. And our region has been very good when it comes to proposing gender equality actions. And in the last regional conference on women in Buenos Aires, Mexico contributed with a whole set of commitments that puts us as pioneers worldwide in order to continue working in the favor of our rights. Within the framework of the CSW 67, together with our feminist foreign policy, we will continue promoting agreements and we will not any steps back in the human rights of women and girls. We will make sure that in the conclusions that we agree upon, we can see the agreements that we achieved in the conference in Buenos Aires in innovation and technological transformation, education in the digital area in order to achieve gender equality and the empowering of all women and girls. We're going to be sharing well-being policies that Mexico has implemented so that the benefit of technologies can reach every single one of us. Also, strategies that have been promoted in order to have more participation of women, adolescents, teenagers, and girls in STEM programs that have not been fully taken advantage of by women. If we're going to continue with digital violence, well, Mexico and its digital law have made some progress, but still there are actions required in order to guarantee digital spaces that are safe and free of violence, in challenges and opportunities in order to achieve gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls in rural areas. We will continue highlighting that the many ways of discrimination do limit access to human rights of women. In particular, in the rural sector, there is a lack of infrastructure and services, and this hampers the participation of women in the political and social processes in the community. Also, we're going to be promoting health, sexual and reproductive right topics. In teenagers and rural girls can be highly impacted by very patriarchal standards and regulations that limit their access to health and education. We also have the emerging topic of retaking the pathway in order to achieve gender equality in a context of multiple crises. And Mexico wants to show that with a feminist foreign policy, the multiple crises that we face as a humanity can be addressed and that can have a positive impact. We're going to highlight the environmental crisis, gender violence, economic violence, the problems with care and health. And I would like to end by reaffirming that in the framework of this feminist foreign policy, we will not take any steps back. We're going to continue promoting agreements that benefit women, adolescents, and girls in all of their diversity, in all the multilateral forums. The future is feminist in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the region then will also have to address this need of adopting a feminist foreign policy, and we have the best disposal in terms of collaboration with all of you. Thank you so much. We want to thank the delegation from Mexico for that video from Marta Delgado and Nain Gasman, the chair of Mujeres, can address the floor. Thank you so much. It's great to be able to go deeper into a couple of topics related to the work that we're doing regarding the closing of the digital gaps. It is important to share with you that this is a key topic, the topic of making sure that technologies are addressed, reducing the gaps existing in Mexico. This is why a subsidiary company has been put together, which is called the National Commission of Electricity, Communications, and the Internet for Everyone. And it has been proposed and it is setting up internet in highways, public squares, hospitals, schools, and public spaces, thus solving this issue that has already been mentioned, making sure that all the places, especially those very distant and rural ones, have access to internet. Also from our point of view, so that technology can actually play an important role in achieving equality, we must make sure that all women have the possibility of using it, having influence, and can actually start owning ICTs. And that is why, with an initiative with ICT companies or industry, we have created the National Strategy on Digital Skills, thanks to which we have trained over 4,000 women, girls, teenagers, but also elderly women who have been highly interested in these courses. We are also working in the business and digital sector with some strategies in order to make sure that women can join the digital market with training from the digital transformation agencies. And sales on the internet have increased for the women who have participated, and we have established a partnership with Mercado Libre, the online store, which is a space for women to start promoting their products. Digital violence has been mentioned. The secretary talked about the reform for the general access for women to a life free of digital violence, and we, together with the Consumers Prosecutor's Office, we have developed some ethical codes so that it is safer to use telecommunication services. Now, all of this is part of the commitment that we have in Mexico, trying to have a position that will allow us to follow up the agenda, making sure that we are making progress and that we are constantly contributing. Thank you so very much then for this opportunity, for allowing us to share what it is that we are doing.
Agradecemos la intervención de la ministra de México.
We thank the intervention of Mexico, and now to Nicaragua, Minister of Jessica Padilla. Listen to you. Good morning. Thank you, Mrs. Chairman, and my greetings for all the authorities present in the session. I start by informing that my country has a special law on civil crime that guarantees women the use of these uses and goes against the bad use of those technologies and are penalized. So there is a protection of cybersecurity with the objective of developing the comprehension over the different threats, cyber threats for women and girls. So this is a national priority, and we're working with centers that allow to give more capability to women to understand this in the labor market. We developed a program for life, and that will be covering 53,000 students in 400 schools, given technology to increase in their knowledge in the different areas. We have hackathon in Nicaragua, and there is a space for cooperation in programming, graphic design, and marketing oriented to young people in technology with the participation of women. And we have also the use of the technological devices to increase better thinking, particularly in children. And teachers, they use it in their classrooms through education. And we also have 500 public schools with access to internet and mobile devices to strengthen learning. Our government created the National Cabinet of Science, Technology, Research and Innovation to design strategies and policies to innovate effectively, incorporating science and technology into the teaching. Through the National Institute of Rural Production, we are increasing the participation to have more technique training people then with women and school people in order to understand and to produce better in the rural areas. There are different centers to have different alternatives and to facilitate decision making so that women and their families can make decisions in applying better techniques in the crop. Through this technology center, we have other programs that dynamize the empowerment of women, original First Nations, and women. I want to express my thankfulness that from Enatech, there has been a wide band installed in different municipalities of our country where the families can be connected for free. Our Ministry of the Young People is also creating new platforms so that this can be used for economical development. From the Ministry of Women, we are promoting and recognition the participation of women in local and national economy with the use of technology. There is an online platform, and from this platform, our institution promotes the rights of women to prevent violence and guarantee economical empowerment of women. This is my intervention. Thank you very much, Mrs. Chen.
Agradecemos
We thank the intervention of the Ministry of Women, Nicaragua, Jessica Padilla, and now, yes, we will listen to Olin Carmen Cepeda. We'll listen to you. Good afternoon to everybody, and thank you, Minister Martina. My greetings from the MIO, as well to Laura Smalt and my colleague Ana Cecilia from UN Women. We thank this session, particularly because of the issue on innovation and technological change and education in the digital area. Fantastic that altogether we have presented in research known as technology of information and communications linked to people trafficking in Mexico and the Dominican Republic. This research evidences that in the migrant people use ICTs to telecommunications with their friends and relatives, both from the countries of origin and the final country. Migrant people use ITCs for information on routes, maps, danger areas, geography of these areas where they are migrating. That is to say, their path. Likewise, migrant people are using ICTs to know what are the means of transportation along their path and to know what are the danger contexts in the original country and in the destination country. So ICTs into people trafficking are used by the traffickers to locate and to disseminate the services offered by themselves. Likewise, they plan the trip, they have access to information and to documents which are used on real time. Likewise, this research shows how easy it is to capture people in order to be captivated. Communication line of the migrant people, as well as they are using the ICTs to pay the traffickers particularly. Once we said that, it is our commitment that ICTs can be used by the migrant people in order to promote particularly actions of entrepreneurship, to promote digital literacy, and to promote projects and programs to diminish and reduce the digital divide, particularly in rural areas, women which are migrating. So it's fantastic the interest of promoting the application and the promotion of Article 5, 23, 24, 33, and 36, which are included in the Buenos Aires commitment. Definitely promoting a systemic change in addressing migration from the perspectives of gender, intersectionality, interculturality, and human rights is basic to visualize the contribution of the migrant women and as well to include inside the packages of training those training for technology programs. We want to highlight the commitment of MIO to use all the efforts of the states including migrant women as a part of all the technological programs and packets which are being promoted. Thank you very much. We thank the intervention of him, and now we do have Pastor to Rocio Munoz from UNFPA. Please, you have the word. Thank you very much, and good afternoon. Allow me to greet ECLAC and UN Women for this report, which is important to visualize the digital divides, particularly related to women. Once again, we are still stricken because of violence against women and girls outside the digital space, a situation which is worsened in women that are facing multiple discrimination. We value that the document can give recommendations from an intersectional approach. We also consider, which is fundamental, to continue working in promotion of corporal autonomy of women in the digital environment. On the other hand, we wanted to highlight the relevance of teaching in sexuality as something effective for the promotion of equality in gender, sexual rights, reproductive rights, prevention of adolescent pregnancy, and the eradication of infantile or juvenile marriages, and the prevention of violence gender-based. So we reiterate our commitment to progress towards the inclusion of education, integral integration of the sexuality intersectionally, to go for science, technology, and the digital environment. Let me highlight the relevance of two intergovernmental agreements, which are important: the commitment of Buenos Aires and the consensus of Montevideo, which is 10 years old this year. Those important instruments warn us on how central is the equality of gender and the exercise of sexual and reproductive rights, as well as the need of eradicating gender-based violence and to have better societies. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Rocío Muñoz.
Thank you, Rocio, for your remarks. We'd like to thank all the delegates for your remarks, and we thereby close this section of the agenda. We'd like to thank the panelists who were with us in this panel discussion with your insight and discussion. And we'd like to thank ECLAC, UN Women, and UNESCO teams for preparing the reference document that clearly has been so useful to be ready for this session. I truly value this regional consultation segment because it is key to get to the CSW, which is a multilateral context with such diverse perspectives and with a clear regional position that reflects the experiences and visions of each one of our countries. Now, I invite the reading of the declaration of the non-government organizations about the legal and social status of women in Latin America and the Caribbean, CSW LAC.
Le vamos a dar lugar a Terry Inns y María Elena Reynoso. Tienen la palabra para la intervención.
You have the floor.
Marilena Reynoso.
Would you
This
please?
is Terry Inns.
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, I'm waiting for my colleague.
Good afternoon, ministers and authorities. I'd like to thank Regional Director of UN Women, Mrs. Maria Noel Baeza, for the support in organizing this forum, and together with Mrs. Ana Westmes of the ICMAC's Women Division, delivered the opening remarks. The diversity of groups and NGOs and groups and women networks and feminist networks in the region, we consider that the technology change, ICTs, and internet as its most relevant development offer valuable opportunities for the training, education, and the visibilization of infringement on our human rights. The organization and the work in urban and rural environments and the empowerment of intersectional diversities of women and girls, the absence of women in the governance, this demographic governance system of the digital system, and in the work related to inequalities in the availability access of digital infrastructure in the development of digital skills, the non-existence, the scarcity, digital access to women and girls with disabilities, the belief of originality in the surveillance and monitoring, digital monitoring, mercantilization of many aspects of our lives, the increasing digital violence online and in reality, we recommend the following: to guarantee through legislation, standards, and guidelines for the intervention and monitoring mechanisms and adequate protection of digital rights of women and girls, safe internet use, recognizing that this is a human right. This includes universal and egalitarian access, freedom of speech, access to training, privacy, security and safety, intimacy, data protection, and a life free of violence, access to justice, and engagement in public life, among others. Urgent measures should be adopted to protect the life and women's safety. Those who are human rights advocates, activists, journalists, and female communicators, considering the threats that they face in the analog world and in the digital space. Recovering digital sovereignty and public control, transparency,
algorithmic
accountability, democratic governance of data, and a decolonizing approach that addresses the power asymmetries of women through the principles of precaution and the regulating role of the state. Investing in collecting resources to foster gender equality in the digital field, highlighting the role of public investment supported by fiscal policy, progressive fiscal policies, progressive resource allocation in national budgets, together with the fight against illegal financial flows in all their types, including tax illusion and evasion by digital corporations, supplementing with an international tax corporation with the United Nations, an international context, to fund programs that can implement NGOs with the participation of facilitators, collecting information and digital services, information, jobs, and economy related to technology by disaggregating information by gender, sex, rural or urban location, ethnicity, at economics, the socioeconomic level, and functional capacity, among others. Investing on public digital infrastructure that should be accessible, especially in rural areas, by ensuring that rural women should have access to technology infrastructure and training to develop digital skills, to have access to information, to be part of electronic trade, having access to financial services, facilitating their organization and making them familiar with them. This requires urgent attention. Having sufficient budget to cater to the development of digital skills in women, young women and girls, including public servants, their organizations, and programs linked to their private education, providing them with digital devices like phones, for example, to boys and girls and school age individuals by providing them with technological tools, strengthening their potential and their performance as a tool to develop their skills, promoting among the businesses that own the platforms should clearly report how they use automated solution, publishing publishing information regarding algorithms that have been developed for such purpose, reporting on how these mechanisms are part of moderating mechanisms, considering the existing policies, by trying to understand the content and the type of content that is published to guarantee private information privacy, information regarding women's sexual and reproductive health, defending privacy as explicit consent of the rights to the ratification to incidents such as more transparency regarding mechanisms such as artificial intelligence, considering the extraterritorial nature of companies, preventing their expansion.
Thank you. So I will continue, and I add my thanks to and appreciation for joining this discussion to all of the organizers. address stereotypes and barriers that impede women's educational advancement and diversity after secondary school, and improve initiatives aimed at their incorporation into careers related to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Provide incentives to adolescents and young people for their incorporation into technological careers, and provide affirmative measures to promote the entry, and permanence of women in national science and technology systems, research and development activities, and technology-related jobs. Reconstruct and the social organization of care, promoting co-responsibility between men and women, and providing public care services that enable women to enter, stay, and rise in science and technology systems and technology-related jobs. Address the risks of the digitization of public services, including social protection schemes and their impacts on the privatization and exclusion of women in all their diversity in context of unequal availability, access, use, and demand of digital infrastructure and services and digital skills gaps. Understand and regulate ICT-related services such as mobile telephony and broadband internet as essential services in the transition to digitization that accelerated the pandemic, ensuring quality benefits at affordable or subsidized prices when necessary, ensuring the inclusion of peasant, rural, indigenous, disabled, and elderly women, and monitoring a geographically wide coverage, including unprofitable areas. Ensure through timely legislation and adequate monitoring, digital accessibility to public services, education, and work processes for women and girls with disabilities. Protect women platform workers, including in public services and those working in remote and hybrid modalities, recognizing their status as workers, minimum wage, social protection, freedom of association, right to collective bargaining and safety, and health at work, promoting conciliation and guaranteeing the right to disconnect. Develop and expand comprehensive sexuality education programs in school and extracurricular settings as protection against situations of offline and online violence that violates the human rights of women and children in all their diversity, and promote the removal of gender stereotypes and patriarchal patterns on which inequality of access is based. Use and demand of digital technologies and the underrepresentation of women in training and work in STEAM. Provide tools to parents and teachers so that they know how to handle situations of digital abuse and violence, such as cyberbullying, involuntary exposure to sexual or violent material, incitement to harmful behavior, grooming or sexting without consent, sextortion faced by girls and boys. Develop public policies for care and safety against online violence and abuse that include training women and children on appropriate care mechanisms and advice. And lastly, but certainly not least, legislate to identify and punish forms of digital violence against women and children with particular consideration to reparation mechanisms for victims. I thank you.
We thank the delegate of
the Congo CSW LAC for her presentation, and also we thank all the delegations for the active participation in the preparation of the 67th period of sessions of the Commission of the Legal Condition and Social of Women, subject that we will continue tomorrow. We will meet again tomorrow, Thursday, 9th of February at 11 o'clock. And this is how we put an end to today's session for the 67th session of the Regional Conference of Women in Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you all.